on the will for him because he acting like this wasn't a will for him.
No, you're right, you know. You're right. Even if you said it in jest, you're right. Rowley, according to Vanilla Toppin, I don't have the proof, but based on what she said, is that Rowley, is a victim of rape, you know. So he really probably don't know his father.
That's why he had no love in his heart.
Yeah. So go ahead. So even if you said it in jest or by accident.
He didn't come with love, he come with hold down.
Yes.
Right. So I want to just make a little comparison to the ruling outgoing government.
Yes.
And the incoming government.
Yes.
All right? I want to know this. I'm talking to the people who want the fence.
Mm-hmm.
It's either all you want property tax or all you want 7,000 food items with the removal of VAT.
And incidentally, would you be surprised if Sekufan called in this morning on the ground report, and I couldn't resist taking note of that. And he said that if you go to the Gazette, the government newspaper, or you go to the Ministry of Industry, you will not see 7,000 items. And or put another way, you would see the items that are not that has not attracted VAT, and somehow giving the government credit for that, and at the same time rubbishing the 7,000 items and saying you can't find 7,000 items to make them, of course, VAT free. And I thought that was so amazingly, should I say, dunderheaded. But go ahead. I thought I should make that intervention while you bring in the question of VAT. Yeah.
The Honorable Gopi Singh went in the parliament and point out the 106 schools and on certain programs where the same set of people only calling in.
Yes.
Stating that they still waited to see where the 106 schools that the former administration built.
Oh,
so these people is like, I don't know how to explain these people, boy. These supporters of the PN, and that I was doing the comparison.
Oh, right. Right? No, because
106 school built, right, with less than 6 billion, and the outgoing administration gets $6 billion to deal with education, and we have a lot of schools yet to be reopened, or if they reopen, they're unfinished.
Yes.
With $6 billion.
Mm-hmm.
They call the incoming administration was billing box train. They call them a box train government, but I could recall when those box train was billing all over this country, we didn't have the amount of flood that we was having now.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, of course. I mean, it was it's chalk and cheese comparatively speaking. Yeah, go ahead. I want to ask you a question. Don't leave when you finish. I want to ask you a question, but go ahead.
Yes. Then we have under the outgoing administration.
Yes.
3 point something billion is unaccounted for, with our Auditor General is not getting access to the central bank business that she's supposed to get access. She's being blocked.
Mm-hmm.
Right? To the incoming administration, we never had that. We were just having allegations of mismanagement, where up to today they have no information that the incoming administration had been anybody had been prosecuted for thieving this or stolen this.
Corruption.
Right?
The corruption that they professed.
Yes.
The UNC had committed. However, we have overwhelming evidence to the contrary, that they were the profligate and they were the thieves and the corruption. And we, the fundamental principle of that, or example of that, is Balize House. No doubt.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yes.
Because the PNM couldn't buy a doubles in 2015,
Yeah.
but only could build a Bally's house for 120 million and tell me a raffle sheet. Well, I didn't know I come out with my foot first. I come out with a head, but it looks like I come out with my foot first.
Yeah, and not only that, if it's so, how they are doing so badly as far as managing the affairs of the country, if they could, of course, have, through a raffle alone, Ghana over 100 and something million dollars
Oh
to
my
build that monstrosity
God.
of steel, concrete, and mortar. But go ahead.
Yes. And one more thing. I have one more thing I wanted to think, but I just get lost a chain of thought. I just lost a
No
chain of
problem, no
thought.
problem, man. Take your time, and you can call back.
As I was really stating that I say these things to tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago that is the right thinking citizens, not the fanatic, that the parties are not the same. Since an exception when the UNC had been created, because the PNM, the UNC 10 years, now they're 5. The PNM getting restoration about 50 something years if I ain't for correction.
Yes.
And if them had 50 something years in office, out of 60.
Okay. Wonder what is it? We just lost that caller there. I pressed something on the phone because he's on the handset and not on the system. When that happens, yes, we have it there. So sorry about that, people, because I wanted to ask him a very pointed question, with respect, of course, to these sycophants and those persons who, like parrots, they just regurgitate what they hear and do it automatically without any rationalization on their own or any evaluation. I better say it one time because I'm sure that he might be hearing. Sorry about that, caller. We lost you. If you can call back, I know you didn't. You won't finish in terms of the final part of your presentation. Another call came in and I pressed something to ask the caller to hold on, and of course everything went berserk. Yes, let's see. All right, okay. Well, we have the caller that made the intervention earlier. Let me just get that. Professor, good night. Welcome.
Hello, yeah.
Yeah, good night. Welcome. Sorry about that.
This is San Fernando here.
Hey, how are you doing?
I just calling to tell you that Jolene John was quite correct in saying what she was saying about an actor thing, you know.
Yes.
You know what Pandey used to do?
Good.
Pandey used to go and sit down in a rum shop in order to know the to know the result. But so if you want to know, just hit the streets.
Yeah.
She quite correct. Just hit the streets and you could hear people
That's
talk.
right.
Once you hear them
and
talk.
there could be no more streeter person than myself. And I mean that that to me is not just a irony, not just a misrepresentation, but it seems to be a conspirators attempt to try to realize something that is impossible to realize.
So it has some streets like, okay, like in San Fernando here, I wouldn't go down Mokrapo Street really, but I'll walk High Street.
Right.
So if I walk High Street and I hear 15 people
you
talk.
get the temperature of what indicates as to what's really happening.
Yeah.
Yes.
The next thing too is that the last caller was talking about the schools.
Yes.
Right? And what he was saying is that some people, PNM sycophants are saying, they still want to find out where the 106 schools that Kamala and they say they built.
Yes.
But that was read out in Parliament by Tim Gopi Singh.
Yeah.
But the problem I'm having is this. I am wondering if the Minister of Education, if her children was watching the opening of the school that she went to open, costing some $10 million.
Yeah, boy.
Right?
And everything dusty, everything rusty. I mean, it's pathetic.
Fall down the window, falling down the wall.
And the comical thing about it, that is why, you have to call them asses that don't eat grasses. But, I mean, here it is, she had a pre-prepared speech and went ahead with her pre-prepared speech
That's right.
gloating and glowing in the performance of the repair and the contractors, when in fact you should be questioning. But we have to question her now, where the blasted $10 million gone.
Not only that. The thing about it is, okay, now it looks so stupid, right? Kamala and they built 107 schools, right? And you go on just to open one and you can't open it? One,
oh yeah. I didn't look at it from that perspective. So even the singular indicator that you know what you're about, that you can of course probably neutralize some of the criticism leveled against you and maybe justify your presence. That and all collapse.
That too collapse. Because wow. you even reach a double figure, you know.
You know what I'm saying? You're still in the lower single digit. Lower single digit is just one above zero.
Yeah.
I mean, but let me ask you the question that I wanted to ask the caller before. On the same question of these schools. And sycophants and apologists are still, of course, making statements to find where these schools are. But clearly, those statements originated from Dr. Rowley himself. And nobody get me vexed before I play it now for you. In fact, I will play it after we put down the phone. But these sycophants who still continue to prolong that clearly deceptive or illusionary propaganda that was emanated from Rowley and the upper echelons of the PNM. So them ain't notice that Rowley and them ain't talking about it again. Yeah, you understand where I'm coming from? Rowley and they are not talking about it again, but they continue. Is it a disconnect? Is it that they lag so far behind that while Rowley and them may not want to say publicly that Kamala Prasad Bisesa, or they found the schools, and the schools in fact exist, that they don't know with their common sense, since they remain silent on a significant matter like that Rowley and them, in other words, not talking about it again. They don't know to shut up the blasted traps. I mean, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to know that.
Lennox,
go ahead.
Lennox.
Yeah.
People are not trying to educate themselves. I went to a function 2 years ago, right? And in that function, what we come to talk about, you have PNM people there, and PNM people may not even know UNC people in the audience.
Right.
Vice versa. All right. So what I'm saying is this: PNM people, they are backward, because if I am making a point, right, and I get up and say, well, look, so I think you people are going down a road that not. What is the next move that they will do? Shut me down.
Yeah.
So what does it tell me when you operate like that? When you shut down a person, you don't want to learn.
Mm-hmm.
And this is exactly how these people are operating. You know? Mm-hmm. They don't want to learn. They don't want that. They prefer to stay in that box, according to one of the callers, stay in your safe zone and do nothing.
Right.
Or when other people hit you the criticism and tell you you're going down a wrong road, right? Now I could show you something here. Even with the dengue, right? Let me just go into the dengue, right? All over this country, there are drains in this country which is unclean for years.
Yes.
Right? Now, what it is that keeping this thing in a particular way, and the authorities encouraging this thing to happen, because as far as when I look at it, right, the authority, if you have a drain, let's say, and I remember under the NER was on a cleanup campaign.
Yeah, when they came into office first, I mean, that was supported, by the international
they were using,
that was a fantastic
they were using the
example of coming together.
They were using backhoes and things to clear the drain.
Yeah, all the equipment that exist, private and And statutory, yes.
If you have a drain and you get a backhoe to clear it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm saying is this, you get the backhoe to clear it, and you pay people now to keep your drains clean after the backhoe clear all the dirt.
Yeah.
Most PLM people
maintenance.
don't want this to happen in the bulk corporations around Trinidad and Tobago. You know,
yes.
They prefer to go down inside of there and clear the stuff up, throw it out on the side of the on the bank
on the
of
bank,
the drain,
yes.
and then when the rain falls,
it goes right back.
inside
Yeah,
it.
Or
And
some dogs, or some humans by accident cause it to return to where it, from where it came from in the first place. Yeah.
Yeah, so when they die from dengue, I have seen this with my own eyes, and I'll tell why you people want to do that kind of thing.
Well,
some backhoes through and it is the authorities encouraging this.
Yeah. Well, you answered my first question in that the people don't read, or they don't care to, of course, learn anything, or they probably simply don't care to criticize their leader, even though they know that conscientiously that the leader had misled them. But of course, what do you think of the decision to prosecute homeowners or property owners for harboring tires and vessels that may harbor water, that may provide breeding grounds for the Aedes aegypti mosquito that causes dengue?
Well, it's bad management, because some years ago I remember the health authorities came by me, right? And I mean, I had to laugh, because I got up the morning and I heard the call. And when I opened the door, they say help people. Okay, what do you have? Water in the back there? Yeah, I say I have fish in that tub. Right? Okay. What you have in that tub there? Now one, right. They went all around the yard, and after going all around the yard, come back by the big drain by me there to tell me that here what's going on. We don't have the granules to throw in the water for mosquito, you know, because the corporation saying them don't have.
So it's public relations then. In short, it's public relations, and trying to, of course, project illusion that doesn't have no basis. Of course, where an illusion has no basis in reality.
So you understand what's going on?
Yeah.
So
it's just a facade. It's just a kind of fabrication, only to sound good and only for the gullible, and but in fact it's dengue in the tail. I understand. Understand. Is about 16 cases now. 16 cases death.
More than that, I think it's more. It's more.
Yeah. I think the death toll, I think, has climbed considerably from the last 2 or 3 that we had early. I think I might have gotten it mixed up, because I think I saw it sometime between yesterday and today. But I will confirm whether which one of the statistics is right, because with this government, once they tell you jump, you have to stand up, and when you close your eyes, you open it wide. Yeah.
So you understand what I'm saying? You don't have the money to buy granules, but you have millions of dollars to build Balizé house and do all kind of
unquestionably so.
things.
Unquestionably so. Them and all don't know where they get. We saw it with a missing 2 billion that still is missing from the Auditor General. They presented the special report as suggested by Kamala, because that would have been the legal thing to do. Of course, they were resisting that. They did it, but still, of course, they are not, of course, engaged in addressing that matter. But they want to castigate, of course, the auditor, because the Auditor General ought to succumb to their, what I consider to be miscreant and malfeasance conduct, and even misfeasant conduct.
Yeah. And as long as they continue to put square peg in wrong holes, we will get.
Fantastic.
You know what we'll get. Nothing.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. People, of course, the lines are open. But of course, I want to make this call. I will tell you who I'm calling now. If the person answer, well, it will be self-evident. All right. I tried to get him earlier today, so he's here at least, you know. But I'm trying to get to this particular individual to explain a particular development that has taken place. The matter of almost life and death, you may want to say. But let's see. Let me see if he's gonna answer now. You know, they pretend to be in a state of perpetual in industry, and they are perpetually busy. In the meantime, let me take this call. Why the phone is ringing? I'll leave it to ring and let it ring out. But in the meantime, I will take this call. Pleasant good night. Let me just lower the volume on it so that you can hear the caller. Pleasant good night. I am talking to this caller from the handset.
Right. You hear me good enough?
Yes, go ahead. All right. So it rang out. Go ahead, my friend.
Right. I look at today's Guardian
Yes.
front page.
Uh-huh.
I said that we line up to pay property tax.
Uh-huh.
So I pass up and I saw what I said, what are you doing here? He said, boy, you see the threatening me if you ain't pay. I said, well, I get so vexed, yeah?
I could imagine.
But my point is this, I want to make to you.
Yes.
See, that's how you're a lawyer too. Isn't that the same thing like extortion? To the businessman, if you ain't pay, you can't operate?
Yeah. But when the government does it, they believe that they are immune from prosecution.
Yes.
Yes. That's how this government operates, like a gangster, a mafia syndicate that has its tentacles, its poisonous and pernicious tentacles in every area of government and social life and economic life, that they believe that they are immune from, of course, any kind of prosecution based on infringement of the law. But go ahead.
Yeah. So that is the same as extortion. I don't know any case coming up, you know. But the case in court.
Yes.
But these people so frightened by the...
They have that the PNM has that uncanny ability. Imagine, I mean, it's not once and not twice. We saw it, of course, when they said that of course, come to deal with this income tax amnesty. Remember that? They had it twice.
Yes.
They make billions of dollars on that the population run. And then, of course, we had the exchange of the polymer $100 bills for the cotton notes that would have been in people's possession. That was another one. But with each one, there and including, of course, the first edition of the publicizing of the property tax, when there was this fake, false government sponsored printing of forms that eventually was seen to be illegal. And of course, in it, threats of 5 years in prison meant, and of course, a 5,000 fine. Yeah, 5,000 fine. And Imbert was up and down the country, and it turned out that not only was the chief evaluation officer for the government didn't have the wherewithal to execute or to do what Imbert and they wanted, and they just usurped that and printed that and believed that when they speak in the way that they did, that the people will just grovel, similar to when he said that the people ain't riot yet, and taking them for fools, and of course believe that they are so docile and will reside to being complacent that they will not pay the price. But a time is coming when they will have to pay the price. Are talking about the next general elections. The people are just waiting their opportunity, and I'm sure none shall escape. Go ahead.
Yes, you have happened to him yesterday in the parliament.
Yes.
So right now he's scrambling.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, and still will go down. You see, there is a kind of defense, but of course always nestled in either conmanship or a person who is a total rapscallion, but of course will do what? Will pretend, even though the lion through the teeth, will pretend, aggression being the best form of defense. So they lie and lie and lie and do so, believing that they are so convincing, or they convince themselves that they are convincing. And eventually, of course, just like those who boast like that, well, I know that plenty people like them boast like that and end up by Kentucky. Yeah, they end up by Kentucky. They boast so much, they end up by Kentucky. In this case, of course, it will be in the hands of the police, blue lights and silver bracelets. Go ahead.
They might end up like Craig too in Woodford Square.
Well, you never could tell. But I wouldn't want them to be there. I would want them, even in the case of Rowley, for example, to have a special cell in the prison for the mentally deranged serial conmen and criminals, because Rowley can only be described as that. I have not yet evaluated the others, but they will. I'm sure they will not be too far from there.
But you see what going on, Lennox?
Yeah.
He must go on mad already.
You see? And we only had this conversation only tonight, and here it is. I have aptly described them so that you could make an appropriate response.
The right thing is the right thing.
Yes.
We know that, right?
Yes.
When the Auditor General will come and produce the information what she have,
Right.
that was the deadline.
Yes.
And they're trying to get out of that all out.
Yeah.
But tonight I heard Nunes Teixeira, I heard Terence Farrell, all them said you want to do the right thing, it's not she fault.
That's right.
When she talked to the Central Bank,
if them cook the books, or if them made a discrepancy, is they to correct it? And it appears it is neither cooking nor, or should I say, is more cooking than a discrepancy. It's not a legitimate mistake. You can't miss all that money.
Yeah.
You can't miss all that money. 3 billion on the one hand, and 2 billion still can't be accounted for of that 3 billion. You can't miss that. That is too much money to miss. And Rowley and them still telling us. And I suppose probably that is why he has fallen out with Rowley, because Rowley probably saying, thief from thief make God laugh. And like, you want to thief more than me. You want to thief more than me. So, so there's a fight over this point. That's right, exactly. That to me is the discussion that they would have engaged in to have, because that sum of money, I mean, it is more than enormous. I mean, it's just monolithic. Yeah, it's huge.
But he still did the right thing because he did line up.
Yes, and she did what she had to do because it is prescribed in law. So she adhered on time to the law. Full stop.
Well, Farrell, Nunes Teixeira, everybody. In what I've said,
yes.
Don't be surprised, eh? Remember I tell you, a fella like he might take up a gun and shoot himself.
I will not be surprised for all of these thin skin, because all of them are thin skinned. Is a huge bout of inferiority complex. All of them collectively and individually are suffering from it. Just that because they hold the offices, that is making them feel emboldened to feed us with the multiple and the in excess arseness that they are engaged in.
The bullets were out all of them now in this short young fella. You don't feel easy Prime Minister already?
Yeah.
But that ain't gonna happen now.
Of course it ain't gonna happen. We know that.
Right?
PNM will quicker, and it's probably inevitable, will crumble as a political organization in this country, become defunct, only to be relegated to the history books of the country as they reside to the dustbin of history.
Right. So I'm going to listen to Biden, Trump and Kamala.
That's right. Yes, I will take it in afterwards.
All right, boy, then.
Yes, I have the task of having, of course, to keep the candle and the lamp and the lighting and the electricity on to make people realize that when they go to the polls, the objective is to eliminate the PNM. Oh, magnificent. She had to do what she had to do. You see, it is not I heard a very ignorant sycophant on the ground report saying about, look what she did and so on and so on. It's not that. They made the first salvo, both in terms of the internals, and then, of course, they did not attend, listen, they did not attend the caucus for parliamentarians on the question of the budget preparation. So, therefore, their position was clear. So she had no choice. A pleasant good night. Just hold on, caller. Yes. Let me go to this caller. Yeah, this person has a loud background.
Yeah. Good night, Mr. Lennox.
Yes, good night to you.
Hey.
Yes.
I'll call back.
Call. Go ahead. He's off. Go ahead. Make it. All right. He said he'll call back because his background was echoing. I mean, the reverberation is loud in the studio here. But that being as it may, let me make that call again. I'm anxious to tell only who are calling. Let me make the call again, because you heard for yourself that the call rang out. So let me make sure and call again. I don't want nobody to say that I did not give them an opportunity. Yes, indeed, people. We are calling. All right. In the meantime, once again, I will take this call while, of course, that ring or until I get an answer from that call. If I do, I will pause the hand phone. But a pleasant good night to welcome to the corridor. Welcome to the corridor. Pleasant good night.
Yeah, good night, Lennox.
Right, so I'm lowering down the tone on the system. Right. Go ahead.
Yeah, you remember we was talking about this incident in Tobago with the Secretary for the Division of Infrastructure.
Yes.
Which you have the ongoing thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is just a feedback from what happened with respect to the auditing that went on with Farley and them.
Right.
Right? Because all this thing that popping up now.
Mm.
Is because this man didn't get our money.
Yes.
Right? Rowley and his partner didn't get our money.
Yeah, that's the Warners.
No.
Because he's in hot water in Trinidad today.
There's a senior policeman in Tobago here.
The phone has rang out. After this call, I will tell you who I was calling and why. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah.
From Tobago. Yes.
Yeah, this senior man here is the man who pushing all the fire for Rowley and them.
All right.
Right? He was promoted and sent back to Tobago to handle that situation.
Right. But
so
I understand this Trinidad officers.
The first thing that went on is when they come and search the place.
Right.
Right?
Mm.
I doesn't understand that, under the PNM there, just imagine was building a road in Roxborough when they could have put a bridge. You know what they did?
Mm.
They leased a Bailey Bridge from a comrade at the PNM.
Right.
To put over a road, they leased a Bailey Bridge.
Yeah.
When they could have built a bridge.
Don't be surprised. You will be shocked to know. Nice joke. You'll be shocked to know the kind of stories. I mean, what about that multi-million-dollar so-called health ministry headquarters? The land belongs to the government. The government give it to the contractor, some subsidiary of the contractor or some associate of the contractor. They take the land and put it up as collateral in the bank and then get the money to build that facility there. Yeah. And then we, the taxpayers, must now pay the entire money. So our land had no value. But go ahead.
The man who buy the property was a mayor for the Spain and his brother.
Yes. The Rahels. Yes. That is Sherwin matter.
His brother have a gated community. He have a mall.
President, you'll have to hold on a little bit, right? Hold on.
Yes, no problem.
But low down your volume in the background. That's all.
I'll lower it down already.
Okay, right. Thanks. Go ahead, Tobago.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he have the same Rahel there. His brother have a mall
next door to where they build the plaza.
Yes.
So that building right now housing the licensing office and the division of agriculture.
Right. Yeah, they said it was for
And
agriculture.
fisheries.
Yeah, they said it was agriculture.
Right?
But there's another scam with that as well. They call it a bolt arrangement.
Another scam. He just scam. But here what happened to some of these people now? You see, because of whether I'm falling and did. Because here what happened? That election who went on, the $50 million was spent for an election not even 2 months long. You hear?
Yeah.
Now, during the course at that time, all 12 o'clock in the night, he was here with a concrete truck running up and down the road.
Yeah.
Them fellas was building houses for people all over Tobago.
Yeah. And some even start and they get paid.
You know, here what happened? No, but they credit the man. They credit water. They credit him. So here what happened?
Yeah.
The man, because of all that problem did, he hardware shut down in Tobago.
Well, it's obvious evil, as somebody told me tonight.
He hardware shut down. He hardware shut down.
Once you lay your foundation on sinking
he was
sand,
expecting,
on quicksand.
we were expecting that Fali and they would have paid the money and they pay none.
Yeah.
They pay none. So watch me. They're trying to get back at the Secretary for Infrastructure because the man ain't signed nothing.
Very good.
So he's a get back and his police and them in Tobago. They on the take too.
Yeah. No doubt.
They on the take because listen, all of them is for where they can get. Is that everybody is corrupted in this place?
Yes.
Just corrupted. All of them know what they're doing now.
Yeah.
Because we only put up all of them to do what they're doing.
Of course.
But let me tell you something. The last time they do that stupid here in Tobago, and they bring a riot squad in Tobago, you see what was the outcome?
Yeah.
You bring a riot squad in Roxborough.
So long as they ain't catch them with the hand in the
people
cookie
to turn
jar,
around.
they
Two big
pleading
chucka he pass in
innocence.
Roxborough good.
Yeah.
Right? And you have a riot squad. Everybody want to know why a riot squad doing in Roxborough. One man implement that.
Yes.
Ian Rowley.
Yeah.
And it's the same asshole doing the same thing over and over. The same man doing the same thing.
Yeah, well hit. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you, you see that Tobago.
One time it'll be a police.
Yeah, but you see that
One
Tobago.
time it'll be a police and 2 times it'll be a civilian.
Yes.
So let us take the uniform and victimize people and brutalize people. But the day when you're going to resign from your work and you come out and you go reach everybody, you're going to see a different horse of a different color.
Unless you die in service. All right, thanks very much.
You understand?
Yes,
unless you die in service. I don't know why they don't want to be doing them thing using your uniform to victimize people. That's why nobody can trust the police out here.
Yeah, misfeasance, yeah.
Nobody cannot trust the police because they are definitely too corrupted.
Yeah.
Definitely too corrupted.
Yes.
I don't care
friend, I have another person waiting. You know, there's a limit.
How they are.
Okay. I have another person waiting, so thanks for your intervention. All right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, bye. Yes, sir. Sorry about that, caller. Go ahead. Who's on the main system?
Yeah, good night, Mr. Lennox.
Good night
once again to everybody in the live. Good night, Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
Everybody in the live.
Yes.
Mr. Lennox, you know, the governor of the central bank, hilarious, right? He's pretty hilarious, you know. Just imagine the Auditor General asked for a meeting, right? To discuss this issue concerning the money and so forth now.
Yes.
And the man blank the woman.
Yeah?
You understand? Them fellas and them bamsy clapping like a church service right now, you know?
Oh, yes.
Because they see some blue lights coming.
But at church service, I think is one of Rowley's orchestrated crowds. Claps.
Yeah, these fellas and them know that the public make them out by and large.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah, everybody's seeing straight through them fellas' iniquities.
Yeah, them fellas is criminals. It's pure and unadulterated. You have to write no script. You ain't have to be a blind man. You don't have to be a blind man to see that. That's to tell you how conspicuous they are. And they want to come and play that they are holier than thou. The population waiting for the tails. Their asses are grasses.
Despicable.
Yeah. And I'm saying so without fear of contradiction. And Rowley, anytime, I say that again, anytime you play mad and get to like Maduro, having lost the election handsomely, and you want to play a staying in office because you have some imps want to protect you because you would have been responsible for them getting their office unmeritoriously, and you want them to stay, and they want you to stay in office as well, and are prepared to utilize their cohesive offices, police, whether it's army and so on. You will be assassinated. I wanted to say that before, of course, you make an intervention. Go ahead.
Listen, well, right now, Rolly and them are scared because what's going on. I don't know if you're aware of this.
Yeah.
But America gave Maduro an ultimatum. They tell him, listen, 5 months, or we will come in there and drag you all by your hair.
Yeah. Yeah.
You understand?
Yes.
Maduro in trouble right now. The American army gearing up.
You can't be doing that. You can't do that. You tried something last time. You ain't bringing the international independent observers for the local government, even though the judicial committee of the Privy Council tell you have to have elections. You still want to pull back something. No observers. Blatant. And you have a track record of attempting to and in fact stole elections. You have to be mad. They will assassinate you. I don't want to say kill, so I want to use the words assassinate your tail. So stop there. And not from people like me, from the same people who have a sense of justice when they see that the people would have been subjected to all of your iniquities over the last 9 years. Then it will be 10 years if it goes into next year. And you want to stay there still because you afraid blue lights and silver bracelets. Well, you better prepare yourself like Saddam Hussein when he was in the foxhole after doing all the people, poison the Kurds and all of them, and in a foxhole. And when they get him all bearded and dirty and snobby and like a vagrant, when they pull him out, they say, I am the president of Iraq. Yeah, he said, yeah. But eventually, he was, of course, he had a date, frankly, with the hangman loose. That's what he had a date with. The hangman loose. Yes. Go ahead.
If and when America run inside Venezuela,
yes,
you know the kind of repercussions it's going to have in Trinidad and Tobago?
But like, we cannot afford it. We cannot afford it. And Rowley is definitely silent on what is happening in Venezuela and what has been happening in Venezuela in the past. Because he has his own agenda, and the plane that he sees, we get to find out now that he used to carry gold
drugs.
Yeah, and drugs and gold boulevards inside of those.
Yes.
And we were speculating that, well, why Delcy Rodriguez had to come with a plane from Venezuela, because such a contraband might have been on board that, of course, would have had the pass and the ignoring by the security forces, sympathetic and under the control of this bunch of miscreants. We're waiting for all this conspirators.
Boy, Trinidad and Tobago is only going to help us. We in real trouble in the
I don't think so. I have a different view. Elections will come.
Well, okay,
the people will decide. And Kamala Prasad Bisesa, the UNC, will come to the rescue. So all is not lost, my friend.
Okay. We have to keep praying, and we have to stand up for the country and fight for the country.
Yes. Okay then, my friend.
All okay, right. Good. Have a blessed night, Brother Lennox.
Yes. Let me get back, of course, to the individual that I was attempting to call. I think what I should do first is play my voicemail to him earlier, so you know it's a him. Let me just play it to him earlier, and then, of course, I will tell you if you figure it out who it is. I do, boy. I gain a chance to disclose that mystery that I have engaged you on earlier. But a pleasant good night. Welcome.
Good night, Lennox. How are you going, boy?
Well, of course, as could be in the circumstance.
What new in Trinidad again, boy? We were trying to call it, Lennox.
Oh, gosh. Well, let me unfold the mystery as I want now, man.
Oh, the chicken foot sandwich I ain't way. This whole country going haywire, you know.
Yes, of course.
It going haywire.
Well, when you hear the mystery caller, or the mystery caller at the other end would be, well, the plot will even deepen. Go ahead, my friend.
When I could see that we are the borders unprotected at this moment in time, and every Tom, Dick and Harry could come in here at this moment in time with all sorts of guns, ammunition, contraband, human trafficking, you name it, they may be passing right through there right now as me and you talking.
Yes.
They're coming through right by the boatloads.
There's no boat, there's no ships, there is no vessels to patrol. And
No.
they made it clear to all contrabanders. The borders of Trinidad and Tobago is open and free for you to, of course, exploit and explore.
This is I didn't know these PNM sycophants on them. They ain't studying that, you know. They only studying Kamla this, Kamla that, Kamla go thief for them. They are not the thief.
You hear it every morning on the ground report trying to defend the indefensible. A bunch of what I consider to be utterances of cacophonous babblings and ambulatory orations that is extremely osseous of irrelevance.
And you know, like I tell you, they're suffering in silence, you know.
Of course, they're suffering in silence. You're asking answers. And they're suffering in silence. But they pretend that they will show a face. Imagine a man, after 9 years on, I'm sure, many sycophantic moments prior. Because, I mean, that person had to be close to his late 70s, 80s. And you are given a what? I like to use the term car park technician. You know, car park technician. You know, just like a janitorial technician. I don't know if they are on the same level. Yeah. And
he need to make it professional.
He accept that as an honor, a badge of honor to defend these fellas who are raking and dallying in millions and billions and car comfort.
The fellow will be calling you and playing his Porter. That is the real Porter Spain, you know, Lennox. That is not that person, you know. I know his voice good. Man. That is a different person. This fellow
well, whether it's real Porter Spain or not,
fake Porter Spain.
Or everybody know is a blasted fake. Whether it's real or not.
Yeah, he's fake Porter Spain. That's what you have to call him.
Nobody in Porter Spain will be talking that amount of diatribe.
That's why the song different from he.
All right, my
listen,
friend.
Man.
Yes.
I know come off a live there, right?
Yes.
Where a pastor was talking. And the pastor said she meet this elderly gentleman, right? And the man had a little granddaughter, and the little granddaughter begging for food. Just imagine that, Lennox.
Yes.
The little 5-year-old girl says they have no food in their house.
Yeah.
Telling the grandfather that.
That is a regular occurrence under Rowley. Regular occurrence. That is almost banal. It is so commonplace. It is pedestrian. It is commonplace.
They say that they stay in silence, Lennox. They would never say nothing. Yeah. They will eat the grass by the road rather than to talk out and say the repercussions and all the bad the bad governance by the government causing them to go down that road.
Yeah, but no human being will take that kind of what I consider to be orchestrated poverty indefinitely. There must
only
be a tolerance level.
Only the PNN supporters, Lennox.
There's a tolerance level even for them. Even for them.
The ones who
it has a limited shelf life.
The juice that Jim Jones drink.
Yeah.
Them is the one go down dying because
none of them are dying for Rowley, boy. None of them are dying for Rowley. Take what I tell you. Push come to shove, abandon Rowley and go on the way. They take the lifeboat.
84-year-old call. Heavy NTC show today.
Yeah.
And if you're the man getting on, he's saying if all they feel or they think he could bring out the red army, well, I tell him that he could bring out the dead army because in the next 5 years he's sure to be living. You understand?
Yes.
Before I go, you see this Ramajay, this him doing with his Auditor General and making it look like the one politically doing something against him.
Yeah.
That is disgusting from his point of view. And he's using parliamentary privilege to go and talk about that, you know. But you come out in the open and talk.
It is clear that there's something in the mortar more than the pestle, something usually sinister. Why I'm saying that? No, why I'm saying that? Listen, why I'm saying that? Rowley has distanced himself from him. So it means, therefore, something is happening. Just as how Rowley distanced himself from Al-Rari, something was happening with respect, of course, to the Vincent Nelson. Well, it's the same thing here. It is clear that it has to do with that $3 billion that cannot be accounted for. So aggression is the best form of defense. So he will, of course, should I say, aggressively verbalize until, of course, he implodes. He implodes, because that's what's going to happen, just as Rowley.
Yes, and you see this governor of the central bank, he is another one too.
Well, of course, he has a house. He has one of the INS Gate apartments as well, townhouses, you know. So is a conspirators, a group of individuals who are deeply unpatriotic and absolutely treasonous. Treason. Having regard to where they are.
And he blanking the woman.
Yeah.
Now, Imbert saying that he had to figure out a way for the two of them to meet. I don't understand this clown, you know.
No, it's only when they have no choice. They act as wolf in sheep clothing. I urge the Auditor General, make sure that she has her legal people with her present when this wily and, of course, criminalistic member of this gang meets with her. All right, my friend. Good night. Yes, people, let's get back, of course, to that mystery. I wonder if I was sufficiently lucid to give, or is it that he did it inadvertently when he talked about the borders, when he started introduced his border. I thought I had given him some kind of clue. But, I mean, people can apply common sense in various ways. So I don't know if that is one of the instances. But let's go to the voicemail that I sent earlier today to this individual that I was phoning whole evening to get a comment from him. And let's hear what I had to say first to assist. Let me make sure that is on him. Honorable, this is Lennox Smith here. I did not get the expected response from the information that I had texted to you some time ago. The whistleblower said that they didn't receive any attention or response. But I'm not to talk to you on that now. There is a very young constituent in your constituency, in fact, opposite the Ramdale basketball court. He was living. He died at age 15, he was attending, of course, the Mover Laventil Secondary School. He died last Friday. His father went to get some assistance from the Ministry of Social Development. I've been trying to get a number or in contact with Donna Cox. I've not been able to be successful. So I thought I would bring it to your attention. The father's name is Mark Sandy, MARK SNDY, and the telephone number is 474-3488, 474-3488. If you have the time and the willingness, could you just communicate with them, because they got blank at the Ministry of Social Development, and they are in a bit, not a bit, but in a total quandary. They do not have the funds to bury that young lad who unfortunately expired so young and therefore prematurely. You can send me something, or you can contact the family directly. I would really appreciate if you can use your good office to try to assist. Yes, people, of course, and I am going to try to call again now, before, of course, I disclose who that individual I sent that voicemail to. Yes, people, of course, we are waiting, of course, anybody at the other end to pick up. This is the number to which that voicemail went. Asking, pleading, of course, it has rung out, pleading and asking for assistance for young Joseph Sandy from very poor and humble background. The parents were trying to get some assistance because he died from complications from a heart surgery that he had. He had a congenital problem as far as his physique is concerned. Extremely tall, like he had some kind. He looked like in my biology days, they will call it human and social biology days. They call it exaggerated pituitary gland, where of course if it is enlarged or if it overproduces certain of its secretion, the individual will grow very tall. Well, he was extremely tall. Well, he died, of course, from that pituitary gland. Yes, and so I got wind of the information from a close friend of mine, and they said that the person got blank, and they simply don't have the funds to engage in the burial. He died since Friday, so today is already Tuesday, and the longer the body stays at the funeral home, is more costly. But of course, they were hoping and praying that they would have gotten some kind of assistance from the Ministry of Social Development. Yeah, and that has not occurred. So I thought I should call Fitzgerald Hines the next best. Why? Because the lad was resident in Chumakak. Chumakak is well within the constituency of Laventille West, and he, as parliamentary representative for Laventille West, Hines, I called him in that capacity, and you would have noticed that I gave the number with the permission of the father, so that he can call them directly if he has some difficulty with my making that intervention, because this is not about political grandstanding or in any way looking to get some political benefit or some political currency. It is about a human being, a young man, 15 years of age, has died in such tragic circumstance, not as a result of murder or gang warfare, but because of some complication with a surgery that he would have taken. And I thought it was important, in spite of the fact that I consider, and I'm sure it is reciprocal, Hines considered me to be his arch nemesis, and I consider him likewise. But that doesn't mean we cannot meet on common ground of a humanitarian nature. And that is where I went, and that is why I communicated. And of course, as you see now, I called again. No answer. Maybe I should give the number that I know him to have, because I communicated with him some time ago and he did respond to me, Hines. So maybe I will give you that, so you might be able to say that is it a new number or is it the wrong number, as the case may be. And because the problem subsists, it continues. And unless that fund is met for the burial, that child will not be buried, and some other factor or some other arrangement will have to take place, because he cannot stay in ice indefinitely. It's a tremendous cost. Yes, at tremendous cost since Friday, as I said. So since Friday. So therefore, that is the reason why I made that call, and I thought I should do it tonight as well, just to, of course, hear what the parliamentary representative for Laventille West would say and how he may propose. I wanted to get a number for Donna Cox as well, so let me just tell you the number that I called with respect, of course, to Hines, just to make sure that we are in the right page, and persons, I'm sure, who are listening may have some access to him. and it may well be that I have the wrong number. So, out of an abundance of caution, let me just share with you that particular number that I called him at. Let me just see if I can find it now. Bride Brown, let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. Trying to get it on, trying to get his profile. Right, okay. So I have it. 7168451, 7168451. He's a public figure, so I have no qualms in, of course, sharing that number, because many of you may want to communicate with him. So 7168451, 7168451. That's the number I have for Heinz. Anybody out there who have a different number, and you can give me a number for Donna Cox, I will appreciate, and I will, of course, communicate on behalf of this young man who clearly ought to have been by now on his way to heaven, so to speak. But he's still, of course, with us because of the lack of resources to effect his interment. Right? So that is the mystery that I was holding at the beginning of the program, and now it has all been revealed. That being as it may, yes, indeed, of course, the numbers to call 337-6940, 337-6940. It's already 9:39. Let me see if I can get. I find it kind of a bit later to call Munilal, because that's the first number I called this when we started. But let me see, because I promised that I'll try to do two numbers or communicate with two persons per night. Let me see if I can get Munilal. We remember these calls are not scripted, so it is being done impromptu. So the best we can get is our response, and the worst we can get is that, of course, may not be available, or it may not have reached the individual. But we will try until, of course, we succeed, because this is what this is all about. It's about service, it's about delivery, and it's about making certain that the PNM never again raise its ugly, debilitating, and pernicious head in Trinidad and Tobago as a political party, and as opportunists who have gravitated to short circuit their journey to wealth, fame, fortune, and rubbing shoulders with shakers and movers in the society. If there is any group that is undeserving, is that of those who have assembled under this criminal enterprise called the PNM. So I know it's a bit late, and therefore I will, if not, I'll try tomorrow with respect to Moon. I'm sure I'll be able to get another call, but I would have liked to hear Munilal having regard to his fiery recent presentations across the board. I mean, the man is called the Lion, you know. All right, so I will not venture another call out of respect for the time and the fact that he has not responded. I'm not going to make another call, except to say that these are very troubling times, and we need to understand clearly what we are up against. I made a very quick video a little earlier with respect, of course, to the murder situation in the country, and I call it the PNM murders, to make certain that it is distinct from any other murders that the country is experiencing. Let me go straight to the line, and then, of course, we will. Let me just go to it. A pleasant good night. Welcome. Pleasant good night. Welcome. Why am I not getting to be? I am not getting it. All right. Give me the phone. Hold on, caller, just a minute. Just have a little technical issue here. Let me see what's happening here. Just a minute, I have my assistant here, yes. I have my assistant here with me, very loyal indeed and committed and dedicated. Yes, indeed. Person is there? All right. So we have the person here. The speaker is on? All right, good. A pleasant good night. Welcome.
A pleasant good night to you, Mr. Lennox. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Go ahead, man. That's your prerogative to interrupt. Yeah.
No, because I heard you say call. So a pleasant good night to each and every one who is listening. And 11 more months again to go.
Yes.
And now we see it. Now we see the carpenter, the mason, and the woodworkers and the termites coming out in the full glory now to build and to make and to destroy whatever is in the path. Now, our National Security Minister, the first one, Mr. Fitzgerald Ethelbert Hines, the honorable guy. You see, when they carry the word honorable, I could say there's the honorable misleading information liars. And I like the song you played tonight. Because you see, they just feel that everybody is sleeping, or the witchcraft of the leader, right? Mm-hmm. Is have everybody docile like the membership.
Yes.
But in a joint select committee of parliament, and the parliament debate on the expenditure and budget debate on the finance committee, he had bring in some brigadiers and some people from the Coast Guard. Mm-hmm. When they say they had simple thing like diesel, that's what the boat is done for, diesel, and yes, they get them money and the expenditure and all the boats is up and running. But all of a sudden, all the vessels are down. And it have callers at the PNM. They say that they buy 2 doctors boat and we cancel the best thing to patrol. That our political leader cancel it, Ms. Kamala Prasad Nisasa. They went and they buy 2. And it looked like it's 2 Brazilian cutlass to buy. Because Rowley went on one and he blighted. He blighted 2 of them. He went on one and he blighted 2. Eh? So when they come out now, it's 14 months we have to wait for all the vessels to be back in service. Mr. Lennox, what do you think? And they're advertising that on national media. What do you think will happen to we? Eh? But the nice thing about it, I hope that the CPOC, that a public servant, takes sick leave to go and check himself and in effect, right? And the CPO could discipline that public servant for taking sick leave and not and going and threatening. That is a serious thing. So you see where it reached to in this country that they don't care about anybody again. Anybody, citizen, no citizen, they don't care. You could be how close to them, how far up in the cabins, they don't care. But yet still, they tell their supporters, 2028 is coming, and wait till 2028 for prosperity. And while all waiting, only will have to pay a $4 billion bill in Tiantec and a WASA bill because we had to raise it or the name of restructuring. And when you check it, you'll see how much they borrow internally from WASA and Tiantec. And we, the citizens, with property tax. But where local government reform, how it is working, and I thought that money is supposed to go straight to the corporation and local government. So you see our next big lie again? So Mr. Lennox, I see you put up your videos on them. Yeah. And I'll give you enough time to elaborate on it. Yeah, all right, have a pleasant night to each and everyone.
Same to you, my friend. Same to you, my friend. I thought it was important, of course. I put this together tonight because I was extremely concerned about the level of murders, the nature of them, and so on. And of course, I am preparing a dossier of all of this. All would not, of course, find its way in the dossier to prepare, of course, for the United Nations and various departments of the United Nations, as well as the State Department and of course the Organization of American States, as well as, of course, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, etc. Because it is clear that this government is complicit by its policies and programs and reckless behavior, and therefore has casual concern for human life. And if we as human beings value human life as the most precious commodity that planet Earth could have produced, and it is so callously being destroyed, there must be an argument. There must be institutions, whether it be international, regional. We have exhausted, of course, the local, should I say, grid for this, because who you're going to complain to here? The police. You're going to complain to the police service, to the police complaints authority. You'll complain to the Equal Opportunities Commission. You'll complain, of course, to the Integrity Commission. You complain to the police itself in terms of its investigative capacity. What do you do? And of course, having regard to international evaluations of countries, and Trinidad and Tobago, I just saw something where the most violent city in the world, Trinidad and Tobago, I think, is about the 10th most violent city in the world. Port of Spain, I'm talking about here now. Quite apart from the fact that the most murderous country, or the most violent country, where we are about 6th in another international survey, and we can go on and on. What we know domestically is this, that deaths that could have been avoided have occurred in the health sector. And it can be categorized in two fundamental ways, the most recent of which, of course, are premature babies. Yes, prenatal. And then, of course, COVID, over 5,000 deaths. And, of course, the Ministry of National Security. Why Rowley would have waited so long to make a move that can only be described as a half-picked duck. Because while, of course, no international agency, otherwise it will infringe, of course, our sovereignty, and for the time being, a government is in place. Clearly, its dysfunctionality, described as a half-picked duck, has made it, of course, because what? Eligible for shortening its term to save life. But let's go to the lines and press a good night.
Yes, Lennox.
Yes, man.
You're talking about crime.
Yes.
But I thought it was a public health issue.
Well,
3 people get murdered.
All that in
the house, a father, son, and a mother.
Yes.
They die by what? Lead poisoning? That will kill them? It have a prevention against that in the health institution, Lennox? Asking a question.
Not yet, but Rowley will have us amorphously.
I want to know what vaccine you can take.
Yeah, but amorphously, without form, without logic, without common sense, he would like us to believe so.
Public health is you madam foot.
Yeah,
They only talking as such a rubbish. There's a tire people get, and like I was always see the PNM supporters buy that hook, line, and sinker, boy. Them is the only irrational people in this country, and it's themselves game with Lennox. Them and the supporters is on the endangered species level. African people mostly, they getting killed by their own hands. And you go tell me this wicked government, sit down there and put incompetence. They put Larry Moore and Curly, the three stooges. Hines, Scotland, and Erla, the three of them. Three stooges. When you have a bunch of clonging around. Have a good day, Lennox.
Yes, my friend. Yes, my friend. And there's more people when you think one would have exhausted the level of crime, criminality, and of course excuses. They seem to have a bottomless pit because only recently this is what.
Prime Minister to do something about crime. I'm not in your bedroom. I'm not in your choice of men. You're losing the war against the criminal element, but you hold the government accountable, and the government must be held accountable. The country is awash in blood. There isn't a news item in this country where there isn't a good chance that a major part of the news is who killed who. We take the advice from you, the people. And when you have had enough of what we have done, you know exactly what to do. You know what to do.
Your vote will decide our destiny. Your vote will decide what you want to be. Your vote can protect our country's fate. But use it well before it's too late.
The people of this country are quite correctly holding this government accountable to secure the country and to make you feel safe. You're losing the war against the criminal element, but you hold the government accountable, and the government must be held accountable. The country is awash in blood. There isn't a news item in this country where there isn't a good chance that a major part of the news is who killed who. We take the advice from you, the people, and when you have had enough of what we have done, you know exactly what to do. You know what to do.
Vote them out, they go Martin West. Vote them out, they go Martin East. Vote them out, Sanford and Low West. St. Anne's West, Boys Bay North. Vote them out, vote them out, vote them out, vote them out, vote them out.
BNM is the stalwarts of mafia, bubble and corruption. Home of them big liars, big thieves of millions of dollars. Don't trust none of them. None of them is a real problem. They're doing me what.
We have a call on the line, so we'll pause for a cause and a pleasant good night.
So I think I'm trying to cut off and you say you wanted to be on the line.
Yes. I asked another the subsequent caller the question. It relates to how on the question of the schools, I believe it was that here it is Rowley, and they stopped talking about the schools, accepting that they were in fact 106 in other words, and yet still the sycophants and they continue. Is there a lag between, of course, the regurgitation, the repeating like a parrot what the leaders say, and a communication gap may now exist, that they continue to talk, whilst of course these fellas, their leaders, the people who they got it from, stop talking about it? Or is it that the damage would have already been done, so the leaders believe, and therefore there is no need to tell them, well, shut your blasted trap, you're talking nonsense. We have discovered that what Kamala and they were saying is true, and it was proven in the parliament, and therefore there's no need for you to spread that falsehood. It's only damaging the PNM. I don't know what your views are on that.
Well, based on what you said, that the PNM supporters do not when you ask them a question, they just look for something to reply. They doesn't understand. They just reply based on what you ask them. Wow. They don't understand.
Automatically, just so being like spontaneously, like a dog will know that it has to feed its pups, for example, and therefore they have to suckle and it will lie and do it without thinking. Is something like that?
Yes, something just like that. Exactly.
All right. Okay.
They just when you ask them a question, they will just reply.
Without
so
thinking.
When you ask them something, they just reply without thinking.
I see.
That's why you have. Remember when we had I forget the guy name. When they say great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and it shall prevail. Well, under the United National Congress, great is the truth, and the truth will always prevail.
Yeah, and I thought that's one of the premier activists and apologists, frankly, at times. I'm talking about Dr. What's his name? He was at the. I was in his presence.
Kelvin Kujo.
That's right. Yes, I was in his presence when he made that statement as well. It was shocking, but he said, "I love my leader, but I love my country more." and he went on, of course, to say, "Great is the truth, and it shall prevail, and not great is the PNM." I agree with you.
And not great is the PNM. All right, Mr. Lennox.
Yes, thank you very much for that honest opinion on the subject matter that I shared with subsequent earlier caller, having lost, of course, communication with this particular caller. So I thank him for being so attentive that he was able to call in before we make our departure. Here is, of course, 2 minutes to the hour of 10 o'clock. And let's hear what this position on crime and criminality. But I want you to take note of what Kamala Prasad-Bissessar would have been saying in this video.
We not voting, them talking CNN. We not voting, them talking CNN. King Rolly, King Imbert, King Paras, King John, living high, dictatorship style.
Proudly saying this. He says if the government cannot deal with crime, then the government is part of the crime. What do you say now, Mr. Rowley? The parents. You don't want to blame parents.
When PM Rowley was in opposition, he said, anytime a government resorts to blaming the opposition for its failure to deliver on their mandate and their responsibilities to the people, it is a clear sign that they have accepted that they have outlived their usefulness. Why hypocritical PM Rowley is not out of office by taking his own advice? Obviously, he even lied to himself. When PM Rowley was in opposition, he said, anytime a government resorts to blaming the opposition for its failure to deliver on their mandate and their responsibilities to the people, it is a clear sign that they have accepted that they have outlived their usefulness. Why hypocritical PM Rowley is not out of office by taking his own advice? Obviously, he even lied to himself.
Proudly saying this. He says if the government cannot deal with crime, then the government is part of the crime. What do you say now, Mr. Rowley? What do you say now, Mr. Rowley? What do you say now, Mr. Rowley?
Yes, indeed. Only Kamala could save Trinbago, man. That is a
licensing officer conduct search and
indisputable factor. But let's hear
a search warrant
how they will use
for Assemblyman Trevor James on Thursday evening by licensing
the resources of the country.
The warrant alleged
to
that
pursue
James
their
had
nasty
illegally
and
obtained
criminalistic ways, weaponizing government against the people. Listen to
and
this.
seized belongings of Secretary James. A search warrant was issued for Assemblyman Trevor James on Thursday evening by licensing officers. The warrant alleged that James had illegally obtained an inspection sticker for his private vehicle. As a result, officers visited his home in Signal Hill and seized his phone. More on this story from Candice Jackson.
Assemblyman Trevor James, Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, is the latest THA official to face a warrant. This time, licensing officers allege that James illegally obtained an inspection sticker for his personal vehicle.
The warrant is at best vague, and it seems to suggest that this search and this seizure of my devices is consequent to a belief that I somehow acquired a certification sticker on the vehicle.
The search warrant signed by Master Sukraj Goswami stated that James's phone may contain evidence to support the allegations of his illegal actions in obtaining the inspection sticker.
Nothing could be further from the truth.
James described the warrant as nothing short of a political attack on the THA administration.
It was an attempt by officers from Trinidad, possibly instructed by politicians in Trinidad, to undertake this action, to say to Tobago, the people that you have elected are of no consequence to us, and we can do to them as we please, expecting maybe that I would resist.
James did not resist and allowed officers to inspect his vehicle and seize his iPhone 15.
There is no doubt in my mind whatsoever as to the reaches of the PNM. The reaches to the PNM into every statutory body in Trinidad and Tobago. There is no doubt in my mind that the PNM can have access to and could impact the decision-making process of any and every statutory authority in Trinidad and Tobago.
James stated that the actions were an attempt to embarrass him and his family, and he is preparing to take legal action against the licensing office. Meanwhile, he expressed his intention to contest the upcoming general elections, should they be called, in an effort to address and change the relationship between Trinidad and Tobago to prevent such actions in the future.
This is the tipping point. This is the tipping point. The decision, of course, is not mine, but I'm offering myself publicly to the party and to the people of Tobago.
James said it does not matter whether he contests the Tobago East or West seat, leaving the decision to the Tobago People's Party, the TPP, on whether they are willing to have him as a candidate.
I will just ask this question. This is coming from Elizabeth Williams from Tobago. She said,
people just listen to this, and it's very, very, very interesting. I will comment on the Tobago scenario momentarily.
that the Tobago People's Party has labeled the search of Mr. James's home as a PNM search. Could you comment on it?
Just there, we have come together this morning to report.
So, in other words, he's not prepared to answer the question that was a PNM warrant. But let's go further.
To the national community about what they must expect in response to the upsurge in crime, as we said. And I think we expect that you would focus on that so that the public would benefit from what this forum is really intended for.
One last thing. In 2012, when the Prime Minister would have occupied the opposition benches at that time, he made a statement then that the government can't deal with crime, that the government itself is part of the problem. It's 12 years later, and we're seeing, of course, the problem is worse, and we're seeing higher, murder stats. And Dr. Rowley, by that standard now, can you say, sitting there, are you willing, as Minister of National Security, can you accept that pronouncement now?
Listen to this response carefully.
To report to the nation what can be done and what is being done. But of course, we're seeing the figures going up. We're seeing that the trauma, the fear is there. So can you now, judging by what he would have said then, going with that?
As Akash Samaru alluded to in one of his interventions earlier, that which you have described is not new. Those of us who have been around long enough, we would have seen this kind of upsurge from time to time. So all we are doing here today is presenting to you, the national community, what the response from law enforcement will be in relation to the upsurge that is traumatizing the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago today.
And if I pause here and take them off now, I can assure you there is nothing of substance that you can glean from that straightforward question that was posed. Very simple. The Prime Minister said in opposition, Rowley, his boss, that a government that cannot have a handle on crime is part of the problem and should be seeking demitting office. He unsuccessfully, of course, and unskillfully, clearly he doesn't have the what I consider to be the vocabulary to even evade the obvious buffoon that he made of himself by not answering this straightforward question. Is yes or no? Are you in contemplation of getting the hell out of office now that what Rowley was pontificating at one time when he was, of course, in opposition? Whether he will take his own advice, he will adhere to his own utterance. No. And what he told us there is no, because it was never intended to be serious. It was always a con job to stay in office or to get into office, as we saw the beginnings of which was that of those fake, concocted, manufactured, choreographed emails. Yes, you are to be angry. I hope that what I am saying now and the tone in which I'm using, you are angry. And Hines had the audacity and the temerity to, of course, provide the body language that suggests he's speaking authoritatively. No, he's a blasted coward, hollow, and discombobulated, total and absolute nincompoop. People, we have come to the end of tonight's program. Pleasant good night, the rest of the night to you. Of course, don't forget tomorrow morning, the ground report, Andy and myself, and of course, Mikey on the ground report from 6 to 9. And we will again, of course, return here at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Hopefully, during the course of the day, Hines will give me a call. Hopefully, as well, I will find, of course, a number for Donna Cox, because I intend, of course, to follow up this matter. Otherwise, this young man will not be buried. Will not be buried, people. But they could evade, they could obfuscate, they could use hyperboles, they could use grandiloquence, they could use semantics, they could use synonyms, they could use the dunderheaded pretense that they would project in order to gain sympathy. There shall be no relenting of the population, and there shall be no sympathy for them, because they had none for us. To whom much is given, much is expected. And if you do evil, that evil will follow you. And that there is none as blind as he or she who refuses to see. I'm throwing that for the general population and those who have to make a decision whether it's this year or next year. Pronouncement on these people, because the time has come for adjudication, judgment. And we must be swift. We must ensure blue lights and silver bracelets. We must define our ache, pain, agony, and our discontent, and our vehement disapprobation, disapproval. Yes. We must show our irascibility. We must show our choleric tendency, and we must do so up until we dismiss this government. When you would, of course, demonstrated by the ink, by your ink index finger, that you have taken the decision and pulled the plug on even the life-saving RAF or the life support of the PNM. They shall be extinct. for Trinidad and Tobago's sake. Our children and our children's children. Yes, we must do better. We can do better. And the only people we can do better with is Kamala Prasad Bisesa and the UNC. See you tomorrow night. God bless. And maybe we can end as we started. At the man with the lion tongue. Well coined in music.
See who they will crown as lion champion. Liars from all parts of the West Indies. Big shot liars from all them foreign countries. From a feel about 1,000 or so entry. In 2 days, he boiled down and leave just 3. I had me eye on Liar the lion. Because I know he does come with some good ones. But they had a younger fella named Debo. Come from some village there in Tobago. He say his father is Tobago's best fisherman. Catch a fish a mile wide, 80 feet in span. He had to tie it on the boat and swim back to land to get his brother Eric to give him a hand. You hear like?
Once upon a time there was a magic island full of magic people. Let me tell you a story about their pain and their glory. Oh yeah. Many rivers flow to this naked eye, bringing fear and pain, but also a brand new style. And of all these rivers that shape this land, 2 mighty ones moved like a sculptor's hand. And today those hands across the land
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. This is the close.
The jitters in the U.S. equity markets continue for yet another day. Live from Studio 2 here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York, I'm Romaine Bostic.
And I'm Alex Steele. Man, the headline level, forget it, but banks?
Oh my gosh.
This is brutal. Yeah, exactly. Well said. And this chart kind of shows exactly what Romaine was just talking about. Okay, the headline level, sure, S&P is up 0.3%, but beneath the hood, it's really ugly out there if you're a bank stock. And if you're oil stocks, you can see kind of the rush to safety when it comes to the bond market. 3-year auction went well, and also the move into the dollar. So those safety trades remain holding firm on a day like today.
Yeah, a day like today where the markets really are on edge. Right now, you have at least 2 of the biggest banks in the world telling investors to really slow their roll on earnings expectations. Goldman CEO David Solomon saying third quarter trading revenue could fall 10%. And JP Morgan President Dan Pinto telling analysts they are way too optimistic in projecting next year's expenses and net interest income. JP Morgan down the most since 2020, the biggest point drag today on the Russell 1000. Meanwhile, the biggest percent decliner in that index is Ally Financial, also down the most since 2020 after the automotive lender's CFO highlighted intensifying credit deterioration. The commentary from finance chiefs comes amid a plunge in oil prices. Brent futures below $70 a barrel for the first time since 2021. As downbeat economic commentary from the U.S. all the way to China stirs up fears about consumer demand. And if that's not enough for investors to chew on, they are now being forced to finally confront political risk head on. 55 days until that big U.S. presidential election, 6 hours until the first and likely only debate between candidates Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, a 3-month measure of implied dollar volatility. Alex, right now, that's near the highest that we've seen going back to March of 2023.
Yep, and how do you hedge it? That's a great point. All right, let's get to the real story of the day, which was Romaine was talking about, what's happening to bank stocks. JP Morgan in particular now off by a whopping 11%. I had to look at that twice to make sure that was right. And I just want to point out the key levels that we're looking at here. It's the 50-day, 100-day, and 200-day moving average. We haven't seen this kind of fall since back from 2020, right? But you see how we've just sort of cratered through some key support levels and are really testing that 100-day moving average. And going back in the past year, we haven't convincingly broken down from that 100-day moving average. So if we break key support levels here, what kind of extra downside can you really see, Romaine?
Absolutely. We're kicking you off to the close here with Richard Saperstein, Chief Investment Officer over at Treasury Partners, joining us here in Studio 2 on another wild day in markets. And I know we're supposed to sort of look long term, look through the short term, but a lot's changed since I guess everyone got back to work here in September. And I think a lot of people are really kind of on edge as to, I guess, where we go next. I guess the question is, what's really going to drive this market? Is it politics? Is it still the Fed and the economy? What?
Well, it's going to be earnings because the beta Fed tightening is finally having an impact on weaker employment, lower manufacturing, and that's confronting the elevated expectations for earnings. So as statistics come out that are showing weakness, investors are trying to find the location of, are we going to end with soft landing, hard landing? And that's really the challenge right now for the market.
I know that there's been a lot of talk about the potential drop in rates that we're going to get, assuming that the Fed makes good on what the market has already priced in. Once we start to see that decline in Fed rates and we see the effect on the Treasury market and the fixed income space here, does that create a buying opportunity, or has a buying opportunity, should that have come, I guess, before the Fed actually moves?
Well, there have been several buying opportunities. Yeah. Last year, we added a lot of municipal bonds at 4.5% yields. Rates have dropped 100 basis points. Those bonds are now at 3.70 yields. Investors still should be adding municipals right here. Basically, if you have the drive like we have, which is the return of capital is more important than the return on capital, you want to have bonds in a slowing economy. So investors should be looking at their allocations and determining if they have adequate protection against that uncertainty of where the economy is going to end up in either a recession or a soft landing.
What we've seen over the last month or well, a few months actually, is financials, funnily enough, and utilities really outperform. You get some cyclical and you get some defensive. Do you expect that to continue?
Well, we really like the utilities because there's a shortage of any energy production, not energy in the oil sense, but electrification power in the country as a result of the build out of data centers. If you look at the migration within the country, moving to Florida, moving to Texas, there's a real shortage there, and there are utilities to own in those states that have a long secular opportunity to build out power production and take advantage of the immigration into those states, as well as data center growth.
So that's one part of it. Then what do you do with the likes of, say, financials and some of the other cyclicals like industrials or energy right now?
So look, the financials, you'll hear from Mike, and you'll get the bottom line on that. But we like the sector, and this probably provides an opportunity to add to them. But we still are overweight technology. We think in the long run, it's a tremendous opportunity. As an example, Google's operating cash flow has grown 93% in the last 5 years. Stock's only up 99%. So you're buying on a cash flow multiple similar to it was 5 years ago. And it's similar with some of the other big cap tech names.
How much does that spread out beyond big cap? Because when people are looking at these valuations, obviously some are looking at the more traditional metrics, which are probably not relevant to some of those stocks. But once you get past those big cash flow generators here, does that cash flow multiple, is that still the right metric to look at?
We focus on the cash flow, which is why we own oil and the large cap tech. But we're not buyers of the small caps, the mid caps, international or emerging markets. We'd rather stick focused on the U.S. markets, larger cap. And there's a lot of opportunities in the market in different sectors, like technology. We think oil is very cheap, especially if you think about the world being a dangerous place, and at any point a flash could occur. So they're attractive at this point.
So what do you make of the moves, the recent moves that we've seen in oil? I mean, we talk about Brent dropping back below 70, WTI down. All the forecasts seem to be pointing to slightly tamped down demand, but I guess this might be more of a supply issue as well. Where does that leave oil going forward?
Well, I think the equities right now are trading with operating cash flows of anywhere from 15 to 25%. And you take out all the expenses that they need after that, and you're buying these companies at 10 to 12, 14% free cash flows. What they're doing is they're going to buy back stock, and they're going to pay dividends. Plus, you have a protection against a bad world that we live in.
But can they buy back as much stock as we might think if oil is at 50?
Not at 50.
Okay.
But many of them, like look at the Canadian producers. There's low extraction costs, and they're still going to be profitable and positive cash flow, even down to 50.
Did you just make a call on oil?
No, I'm just saying.
I think that was a what if.
Yeah, it's a what if. I'm teasing her.
If I knew that, I wouldn't be sitting here, man.
All right, 66 on WTI, 69 on Brent crude. Richard Saperstein, Chief Investment Officer over at Treasury Partners, joining us today to help kick us off to the close, a busy day, with a closer look at some of the big movers, including Ulta Beauty. B. Riley initiating coverage on that stock, suggesting it might be time for a market makeover. The analyst behind that call up ahead.
All right, plus, it wouldn't be vodka made by Aquaman if it wasn't made with the best water. Actor Jason Momoa joins us to talk about Miele, which is apparently his new liquor brand that focuses on quality ingredients down to the water it's distilled with.
Looking forward to that conversation, as well as a conversation about that big CPI report on tap for tomorrow morning. We're going to set you up for what investors are expecting to see out of the data. All that and more coming up in just a bit. Stick with us. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
The analyst consensus is a drop in NII of 1.5 billion from 91.5 to 90. That is not very reasonable because the rate expectations is lower by 250 basis points. So I think that number will be lower.
That was JP Morgan President and COO Daniel Pinto speaking at Barclays' 22nd Annual Global Financial Services Conference, warning that analysts are too optimistic about next year's net interest income. Then just now, Bank of America's Brian Moynihan saying he also expects quarterly results for investment banking to come in lower than expectations. Want to bring in the man himself, Mike Mayo, Managing Director and head of U.S. large cap bank at Wells Fargo Securities. Couldn't think of a better person to talk to on this because the dramatic slide in JP Morgan is quite tremendous. I mean, down 5%. I haven't seen this level in 4 years. Is this an overreaction here, Mike?
Well, garbage in, garbage out. And look at the forecast for rate reductions last fourth quarter, everyone forecasted 6 rate reductions, and then they were off the table. And now we're looking at 8 reductions over a period of several quarters. So, yeah, if there's going to be a lot of rate reductions, then that can take an incremental toll on JP Morgan's traditional spread revenues.
Well, sure, but like everyone knows that. Everyone can look at their models. But come on, down 5% in one day just because the COO said that?
You have a very hypersensitive market to anything related to the 3 R's, rates, recession, and regulation. And all 3 R's are front and center right now. So you could see the stock and the group swing back very quickly just based on news about CPI tomorrow, Fed cuts, changes in regulation, which are still coming out. So there's a lot of moving parts here.
But this is also kind of that slow-moving train. And to Alex's point, too, I mean, we've known for quite some time that the rate hiking cycle had ended, and it was just a matter of time before we got to the easing cycle. And I do kind of wonder why we didn't see the banks prepare a little bit better for it, or was there nothing to prepare for?
Well, JP Morgan has managed interest rates about as well as any large bank. I mean, their net interest income, which they're saying is too high for next year, that's just based on consensus, has grown tremendously. They're among the best in class in terms of their management of interest rates. So maybe another story here is that so much of that higher traditional lending revenues are likely to remain. It's just, the stock market is based on expectations, and these are tweaks around the edges for what's a best-in-class global bank, given their multi-product, multi-distribution, multi-geographic approach that's gained market share in all key lines of business.
You mentioned the 3 R's. One of those is regulation. And it does look like the banks are going to get a bit of a reprieve when it comes to capital requirements based on Bloomberg reporting and as well as commentary by Michael Barr. We're looking at basically about maybe a 9% increase. I think originally they were looking at maybe a 19 to 20% increase. So obviously these rules aren't in place yet. But if that does end up being the magic number here, I would think that would be something to celebrate.
Actually, I think we, as collectively and myself, we're thinking it might be cut in half the last several months. So going from a 19% increase to a 9% increase was kind of expectations, and I think expectations were maybe even for less than that. I was looking for maybe 5 to 7%. So
really, 9%. So that disappointed that 9%.
Well, the devil's in the details. It's far from being finalized. But let's just pull the lens back on the banking industry for a second, whether it relates to JP Morgan or the capital rules. Here's a gold medal. And you know who I give this gold medal to?
You're going to tell us, right?
I give it to the banking industry for resiliency. I also give it to the regulators from a decade ago for making sure that banks would be in a better position to not have a repeat of the global financial crisis. And look at what banks did through the pandemic. Operationally, they were strong. Through that mini regional bank crisis last year, the largest banks were strong. The Fed stress test this year, I mean, that's tougher than the global financial crisis itself. And once you run those models, banks had a lot of extra capital. And look at the bond spreads in the $7 trillion investment grade bond market. The largest banks are pretty tight, a lot tighter than, say, regional banks. So the U.S. bank resiliency, I think, is underappreciated. So when I look at regulation, I say mission accomplished, job well done. I think there's room to always ensure that banks are resilient, but also while making sure you do it in an efficient way. I mean, look at JP Morgan's release, 80,000 pages on the Fed stress test, 80,000 pages on the living will. I think you can have resilient banks and with more efficiency.
And I'm sure you read every page of such things. So can you rate the banks now? Like, which is the one you like the best? Which has the triple R in thumbs up?
Well, Citigroup's been our #1 pick. It hasn't worked as well here recently, and it goes in fits and starts. When I say the stock hasn't performed well, but they're still reiterated their guide for this year. If they get their guide for this year, revenues far outpacing expenses, and then next year is anywhere close, and if they get anywhere in the ballpark to their return targets over the next 2 years, I still think Citigroup stock can double over the next 2.5 years. So I don't have a short-term catalyst, and behind that is Bank of America. And they had a decent presentation today. And Warren Buffett's been selling every night. I read the Bloomberg articles, and it's like, here we go again. But I think they're poised to finally have that inflection point. So while JP Morgan's talking down their net interest income, Bank of America is saying they are at what could be a multi-year inflection point for that growth.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting how their presentation was maybe a little bit more positive than what we had heard out of Pinto and Solomon here. I just have to ask you here, that is your actual gold medal, right?
Oh,
like,
you have to ask.
So you competed in this USAPL event, and what was your total? Just
I got 1,000.
1,000,
so that's
okay.
squat, bench, and deadlift. So
that's pounds for our,
pound, not kilograms.
For the rest of the world, that's in kilograms. That's about 500 kilograms.
And this is for my special masters category. So it's kind of like recommending Citigroup when they're in a class of their own. You don't have to do that well to make a lot of money.
All right. Well, congratulations, Mike. You got to leave it there. Mike Mayo, managing director and head of U.S. Large Cap Bank over at Wells Fargo Securities here. Kind of interesting, Alex. We did, of course, get some of those that commentary out of Moynihan, out of Solomon, out of Pinto here, and of course that is going to be the backdrop. Believe it or not, once we start earnings season in about a month's time.
Yeah.
here.
Well, also, did you see about this salary increase here from
No.
Bank of America? Yep, they're going to increase its minimum hourly wage to $24 next month, taking the next step towards a goal of paying $25 by 2025, and that's set around 7 years ago. So look at that. There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, well, I don't know, maybe the Fed's looking at this and weeping right now, but that's
But to be fair, they said it a while ago, so it probably isn't due to the, cyclical, to inflationary pressures from the pandemic, but you never know.
All right. When we come back after the break here, we're going to pivot, take a closer look at the consumer sector. Alex always says invest in your face, but one analyst says maybe we're not investing enough, and there might be a reason why. We're going to talk to the analyst behind one of our big top calls of the day. This is The Close on Bloomberg. All right, let's get a view from the sell side. Top calls, a look at the big movers that are on the back of analyst recommendations. And we start off today with Oracle. JMP Securities upgrading the software company to market perform after last night's better than expected first quarter report. The analyst praising Oracle's accelerating revenue growth, saying it has successfully evolved into a leading strategic cloud platform services provider. The shares having a phenomenal day, up 11%. To a record high. Next up, DraftKings upgraded to neutral from underperform over at BNP Paribas. Exane, the analyst, saying he's encouraged by the improving near-term outlook and expects the online sports betting company's investments to shore up profitability in the coming years. Those shares moving higher on the day. And finally, let's take a look at Vivid Seats. Benchmark cutting its $15 price target all the way down to $10 a share. Keeps a buy rating, but notes it's been a challenging year for the ticketing platform amid uncertainty over the health of the consumer and tough comps in 2024 from the 2023 boost from those Taylor Swift and Beyonce tours. He doesn't see the current quarter providing any relief anytime soon. Those shares having one of their worst days of the year, down about 15% on triple the recent volume. And those are some of our top calls. We do want to stay in the sell side space and go from Taylor Swift and Beyonce to the beauty industry. B. Riley Securities starting coverage of the sector, rating e.l.f. Beauty and Honest Beauty buy, Estee Lauder neutral, and giving a sell rating for Ulta Beauty. Pleased to say that the analyst behind that call, Anna Glaskin, joining us right now, senior research analyst over at B. Riley. And let's start off with Ulta, because that was the call here that really jumped out at me. A sell rating. I mean, Ulta has kind of been the darling out there. Everyone says, look, when times are good, we buy beauty products. When times are bad, we still buy beauty products. What's giving you pause here, Anna?
Yeah, of course. And I think that's, a key part of the thesis. People are used to Ulta being a really strong grower. It's clear from a top line CAGR of 15% that this has been a really strong story. But over the past few quarters, you've seen incremental pressure emerge from competition. You've seen a massive rollout with Kohl's and Sephora. And you're also seeing category deceleration. What we know about consumer companies is that it's really hard to fight both of those tides at the same time. And so we've seen comps actually inflect negatively in the most recent quarter, with estimates expecting further comp declines through the back half as the company continues to grapple with these challenges. We've seen market share declines in prestige makeup as they struggle with both of the category deceleration and competitive encroachment. And so we think there could be incremental pressure as we think about 2025.
So let me just, I just want to make one thing clear, Anna. So is this more of an issue of sort of broader softness in the sector, or more some of those customers that would have gone to Ulta, I guess, just finding a better place to go?
I would say first, as far as softness, you are seeing meaningful deceleration, but you are still seeing growth overall in the category. Beauty responded out of COVID a lot stronger than I think most people thought, especially prestige growing in the double digits. And so you're seeing a natural glide path down toward normalization in the category. So I would say overall, the market share pressure suggests to us that the bigger issue is competition. But of course, you can't look at either of those, in a vacuum. They work hand in hand.
No, it's true. As I scroll on Ulta Beauty products and Romain's laughing at me, it looks a lot like other places that I frequent, like the Sephora app, etc. So how can Ulta stand out?
Yeah, I think that's part of the thesis here. Ulta's strategy is summarized as all things beauty, all in one place. And especially for things like color cosmetics, there is a natural path toward, or a natural part of the purchase journey is wanting to be in store, making sure your foundation matches, making sure you like how the product performs. And so when you have rising distribution and rising access for consumers to experience that product in store, that historical competitive moat might face some structural challenges. And so that's part of our what we're contemplating here with our rating.
Anna, on a macro sense, if the Fed lowers rates and we sort of find a bottom in any kind of weakness in the economy and the labor market sort of stabilizes, does Ulta get a boost on that, or it's not that simple?
I mean, I think it's natural for consumer discretionary stocks to see a boost if we do see a lowered rate environment. However, I don't think most end users are, consumers are thinking, oh, rates are cut, I'm going to buy more lipstick. I would instead, if you're trying to play a lower rate, play for more durable type categories.
Yeah, but I might be like, I'm going to buy that highlighter that I just found. Maybe I'll do that instead of the contour brush. Maybe that I will do.
Exactly.
All right, Anna, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Anna Glaskin over at B. Riley Securities. We really appreciate it. Yeah,
I just went into Sephora today, actually.
You did?
Which, we have a Sephora right near Bloomberg World headquarters here. I got some facial cleanser, I can wash all this makeup off my face.
Are you investing in your face?
I do invest in my face, and I got something for my wife. She wanted these under eye things.
And did you have to wait online forever? Was it super
No,
packed?
I bought it online, and you pick up in the store. I was in and out in 5 minutes or less.
But you didn't browse.
Nice.
You weren't interested in browsing.
I don't do that.
Because the whole thing with buy online, pick up in the store is you then browse a little bit.
No, I don't browse.
All right, I'll work on it.
Sorry.
All right. Well,
if they put a coffee shop or something in there, maybe I'd stick
maybe that would be a
around,
little
get a
different.
muffin or
No,
something.
you won't. You don't drink coffee. All right. Tech is outperforming today, and that's a relative story. But it's really about the chips that have been hit really hard. Definitely down like 20% since their peak. Stacey Raskin over at Bernstein Research will be joining us next. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
All right, welcome back to The Close. Taking a closer eye on shares of Ally Financial having their worst percentage drop going back to March of 2020. The auto lender actually warning that it's seen delinquencies up about 20 basis points compared to their expectations. That warning coming out of that big Barclays conference where we've been getting a lot of commentary out of the big finance CEOs and CFOs. Abigail Doolittle joining us right now to break it all down. This is a pretty dramatic move here. I guess I get it, right? I mean, I guess people are a little skittish that maybe the consumer really is on the back foot. What's going on?
I don't entirely get it. I mean, it's a huge move, down 20% at the lows, almost the worst days.
If you don't get it, and I don't get it, then what's
Alex,
going
on? What?
Alex isn't listening.
I mean, it really is an outsized drop for a 20 BIP revision in auto loan write-off since August. I think what happened, based on what I've been told, is the CFO, Ross Hutchinson, he gave a really pessimistic start. It was the tone. He, in fact, asked the first question. He basically said something along the lines, I know you all want to ask this question, but how bad are the charge-offs? And then he went into the 20 bips. tariffs. So I think he set the stage
that's
there.
one approach.
Yeah, that's one approach. It's strange. I mean, he's from Goldman Sachs. You would think that he's just very well bred in terms of how to communicate things.
Yeah.
That just doesn't seem like the right way to do it for such a small piece. But I think the bigger piece behind this is that auto charge-offs for this company had been going up for 34 quarters in a row. 2Q was seen as the peak, and instead they're saying not only is the third quarter bad, but there's even more pressure ahead. They refuse to give like actual guidance for the full year. So we think that that's like this idea that it could be much worse. Plus, when I think about Ally, I think about the GFC. So when you start having a CFO talking about the fact that things are worse than expected and that the pressure is much stronger, I think that people are a little bit nervous.
I wonder if this was also just kitchen sinking it. I was talking to Allison Williams of Bloomberg Intelligence. I was asking her about JP Morgan specifically. She's like, I don't know why it's down 5%. Like, that seems a little bit of an overreaction. I would assume the same is extrapolated for Ally Financial. So I wonder if we're just like, get all the bad news out. That's what we're looking at, and then reset.
I don't know. JP Morgan, I get. I mean, you have the president of the company saying that net interest income is too high for next year. I mean, next year is many months away. What are they seeing that they're lowering it at this point, basically setting that bar lower? So that I get. This seems a little bit extreme, but it's interesting what you're saying about the kitchen sink, only from the standpoint that the CEO there, Michael Rhodes, relatively new. He came from Discover. He's known as doing things lightning fast. And when he first took over at Discover, he lowered the guidance there. So some are speculating that maybe this is their way of lowering guidance without actually doing it.
Have you been listening to all the commentary on this? I mean, I'm surprised at how pessimistic a lot of it is. I mean, with maybe the exception of Brian Moynihan at Bank of America, who seemed to take a little bit more upbeat tone. But, it gets to the question, I mean, if this is kitchen sinking or just simply just trying to manage expectations in a way, maybe things aren't going to be awful, but like I said, set the bar low and then you beat, and you can say, okay, great, here
That's
you go.
a great question, because it's interesting just in terms of the consumer. When we think about it from the retail perspective, there's all these mixed signals with different retailers where consumers are strong, they're not. Credit card delinquencies, the serious credit card delinquencies are going higher. Some credit card delinquencies for the major companies are going lower. But what I'm trying to say here is 66% of GDP, the consumer, it sounds as though there's maybe some weakness here. It's not quite as firm. Just how bad it is, we don't know. But when you start to hear that credit, the lifeblood of the American economy, is maybe, in watch, that's an issue.
True. Ally Financial now sort of also erasing all the gains for the year. At one point, it was up over 74%.
Wow.
So, Abigail, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle joining us there. That's an ugly stat.
And I was going to say, I was just looking at the schedule of that Barclays conference. We do get American Express executives speaking tomorrow here, so that could be interesting as well.
But that's where the higher affluent.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I'm curious to see what they say.
They'll do really well.
Well, if they're pessimistic, then maybe we're in trouble.
Right. Or they're just more indication of that bifurcated K-shaped economy. All right, coming up, Liz Ann Saunders of Charles Schwab joins us to kick us into the closing bell. We're 15 minutes away on this Tuesday. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Fed tightening is finally having an impact on weaker employment, lower manufacturing, and that's confronting the elevated expectations for earnings. So as statistics come out that are showing weakness, investors are trying to find the location of, are we going to end with soft landing, hard landing? And that's really the challenge right now for the market.
Richard Saperstein over at Treasury Partners helping us kick us off to the close just about 50 minutes ago. Looking at yields lower. A mixed day for stocks here, Alex, as we head towards a couple of big catalysts. We have a presidential debate tomorrow, or tonight. Got a CPI report tomorrow and a bunch of other things as well.
It's interesting if you look between the composite of the S&P. Overall, we're not really doing that much, but energy and financials are just getting hit so hard, and you can't really make that up for, say, real estate still up by 1.6%, consumer discretionary up by 1.3%, but those cyclicals, tough.
And you saw the big move, of course, the drop that we saw in oil. I know you cover this better than anybody, but I mean, is this now about demand or is this really about supply?
I honestly think it's neither. I mean, I think at this point it has to be sentiment. You look at the curve and it's still backwardated, so prices today are still more expensive than prices later, and that's usually a sign of a stronger market. So it just feels a little bit like a washout, and does this create even more selling?
Yeah, it raises a lot of questions here about where sentiment is in the market is overall, whether you're taking a closer look at what's going on in oil, whether you're looking at the dollar, bonds, or of course stocks as well. Liz Ann Saunders is the Chief Investment Strategist at Charles Schwab. She joins us now as we count you down with just about 8.5 minutes until those closing bells. Where is sentiment right now, Liz Ann? Because I'm not sure if it's good, bad, or just non-existent.
I would say it's a bit mixed. So I think of sentiment indicators particularly investor sentiment indicators, leaving the consumer aside, as falling in one of two buckets. There's attitudinal measures of sentiment, so things like AAII, which is just survey-based, or investors' intelligence. And then you have behavioral measures of sentiment, whether it's fund flows or the put-call ratio and other metrics. So if you look at the collection of them, the attitudinal measures, which had been swinging pretty wildly with every up and down in the market, are kind of stuck in a pretty optimistic zone, which is surprising to me. I would have thought you'd ease some of that complacency, some of that froth, given some of the weakness that we've seen in the market since the mid-July low, but that's not the case. That said, we have seen fund flows kick back into the negative side of the ledger, at least in some categories. A couple weeks ago, you had big outflows out of U.S. large caps. Last week, it was big outflows out of consumer cyclical kind of areas. So on the behavioral side, a little bit of concern creeping in, but it's certainly not universal.
When you look at sort of the potential for where this market goes, there's been a lot of talk of, yes, we are going to maybe see a pullback here, but you have strategists over at Goldman and a few other places saying, look, we're not going into a bear market. This is just kind of a healthy reevaluation of valuations, if you will.
Well, keep in mind that under the surface, we've had a bear market, so or close to it in the case of the S&P. So the S&P on a year-to-date basis at the index level has had an 8% maximum drawdown. So that didn't hit correction territory, but that's at the index level. The average member maximum drawdown is negative 19%. Now, for the NASDAQ, it's even more extreme. So the NASDAQ at the index level has had a correction, a 13% maximum drawdown. But the average member maximum drawdown in the NASDAQ is negative 44%. That's a heck of a lot of weakness and churn and rotation and turmoil under the surface. It just got masked and has been masked by the dominance of the mega caps in these cap-weighted indexes. So there has been a lot more going on and more to the story that's told under the surface of the indexes, and that's where you've seen some of this weakness.
Nevertheless, non-Mag 7 firms had more than double growth expectations for the last quarter, with 3 of 11 S&P sectors actually showing growth, like industrials, real estate, and staples.
Yep.
So what is that? How should you then be reallocating your money?
Well, I think that helps to explain why we've lost some of that leadership profile in the Magnificent Seven. So a couple of quarters ago, you had an extreme spread in terms of Magnificent Seven earnings to the tune of about 60% year over year relative to flattish, if not actually marginally down for the rest of the index. That is starting to converge. And by the end of this year, you will be down in the high teens for the Magnificent Seven in terms of earnings, and you'll be up to the low to mid teens in the case of the rest of the market. So I think that is part of the reason why you saw this shift in leadership away from just the Magnificent Seven. And then you add to it Fed policy shifting into easing mode, most likely, and those interest-sensitive areas like real estate, which you touched on. And I think these leadership shifts and the lack of just consistent dominance by the Mag 7, I think that has legs. Not every day, every week. Mm-hmm. Today's a day where tech is doing well, but I think the broadening out probably has some sustainability.
And is that broadening into the cyclicals like materials and energy, or is it broadening into like the financials and healthcare?
Well, it was into the classic interest sensitives going back to the mid-July highs in the overall index. So you saw the best breadth profiles over the last several weeks in financials, in utilities, in REITs. But obviously, in a sector like energy, you're going to be at the mercy of oil prices. WTI is down just over the last couple of months from 82 to 66. Broad commodity complex has been under pressure as well. I know you were talking about it before we came on here as to whether is it the demand story, the supply story, maybe a positioning story, a little bit of a sentiment story. Nonetheless, that type of cyclical sector in energy is going to be driven by the underlying prices of the commodity associated with it. So I still think the interest sensitives can do well, but then you get these one-off stories like Ally Financial today, putting pressure on the financials, and we're going to live with that.
Yeah, I'm curious, does anything change based on what we think we're going to hear from the Fed in 1 week's time here? I mean, it's sort of all anticipated, all priced in. Does that provide any sort of shift, though, in how people are going to view conditions?
Well, obviously, we've jumped around in terms of probabilities around 50 or 25 basis points with every incoming data release. Right now, you're at about a 2/3 probability of 25, 1/3 probability of 50, but we've got a CPI and PPI report coming up here. Our view is they're most likely to move 25 basis points. And I would say be careful what you wish for to folks out there wishing that the Fed is going to start with 50, do another 50, be aggressive. That, based on history anyway, a more aggressive Fed once they start a cutting cycle, if you look at whether it's the 6 months following the first cut or 12 months following the first cut, the average maximum drawdown is about twice as big when the Fed is moving aggressively versus when they're moving more methodically and more slowly. So not only do we think 25, it's probably the better backdrop for the equity market.
All right, Lizanne, always great to talk to you. Lizanne Saunders, Chief Investment Strategist at Charles Schwab, helping us count you down to those closing bells. We're just about there here. A mixed day here in markets with the NASDAQ, your outperformer on the day, up about 1%. The S&P, which had been in the red, now posting up for about 0.4% gain. A full breakdown of all the market action coming up right now, right here on Bloomberg.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick here with Alex Steele, taking you to the closing bell. A global simulcast. It starts right now. Scarlett Fu in the television studio, Tim Stenovic in the radio booth, Katie Greifeld along his side, filling in today for Carol Masser. Welcome in to all of our audiences from all of our platforms, including our partnership with YouTube. Tim Stenovic, a mixed day here in markets. What do you make of it?
I'm really watching what's going on with the banks. I know Katie's going to be talking about some of those at length, but the KBW Bank Index down 1.9% right now. We're hearing from a lot of banks that are at the Barclays conference. They do this each year, and it seems like they're really tempering expectations or managing expectations about what's to come when we start to hear from them in the most recent quarter in, gosh, just about a month.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we actually hear from them and whether they're under-promising now to over-deliver. We'll get into that as well. It's interesting that we have so many risk events loaded up between now and 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. The debate, of course, inflation numbers, things are getting excited again, even though, you think about the markets today, not too much action.
Yeah, not to mention NVIDIA's Jensen Huang speaking with Goldman Sachs' David Solomon tomorrow, and I'm sure top of mind for a lot of people is what's going on with Blackwell and the manufacturing delays that we've seen with that chip.
I don't know. I think you guys are overselling it. I think you're going to get the debate, sure, but then with CPI tomorrow at 8:30, is that really going to resolve the debate of 25 or 50 that will give direction to the markets? Come on.
All right. Well, we're going to find out here, and I guess investors, and maybe that's part of the problem is it's kind of like investors just have so much that they could focus on, and the question is, what do you pick and choose? A mixed day here on Wall Street as we get the closing numbers here in New York. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lower by more than 80 points, roughly about 0.2%. We wait for these numbers to settle, but it looks like it's going to be a down day for that index. The S&P 500, despite all the turmoil, despite all the hand-wringing, it's actually 2 straight days of gains, a 24% gain, 24-point gain on the day, up about 0.5%. The NASDAQ up about 0.8%. The Russell 2000 actually tried to get a bid here going into the close. It looks like it's going to finish in the green. We're going to call it unchanged. It's down less than 1 point on the day.
Well, taking a deeper look at the S&P 500, you had more stocks advance than decline. Not surprising, given that the index did move higher today. 263 stocks moving higher, 236 moving lower.
I was just counting, and the S&P 500 changed direction 6 times, at least 6 times today, although in the last 2.5 hours, it's been on a steady upward trajectory. And that's what you see in the sector performances as well. A lot of green there, led by REITs, led by consumer discretionary companies, and led by tech. All 3 of those groups up at least 1%. But the weak links are pretty weak. Energy stocks off by 1.9% as Brent crude falls below $70 a barrel. And financials, as you guys mentioned, losing 1% on the day.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the
Tracy
stocks.
Alloway bought like a barrel of oil or something and kept it in her bathtub.
Yes, I do remember this.
That was
very cool.
Tracy Alloway.
Tracy Alloway of Odd Lot. She bought like a small little barrel. It wasn't a full barrel, but she kept it in her bathtub.
Still counts.
Yeah.
Is that allowed in like apartment buildings?
I don't think so.
I feel like
The room's probably pretty small.
such a New York problem, right? No oil allowed. That's in the bylaws. Hey, let's take a look at what happened to some of the gainers today. Oracle higher by 11.4%. They actually hit a record shares after the company reported profit and booking that topped estimates. AI demand continues to boost its cloud computing business. Remember, Oracle has been focused on expanding that cloud infrastructure. They rent computer power. They compete with Amazon, Microsoft, Google. They've developed a reputation for success with Gen AI workloads. The company touted customers including Elon Musk's xAI. And speaking of Elon Musk, Tesla, another one of the gainers today. Shares finishing higher. This after Deutsche Bank resumed coverage of U.S. autos and auto tech sector. They named Tesla its top pick. They said the company is in a, quote, league of its own and represents our highest conviction secular leader, poised to reshape multiple industries across auto, energy, mobility, and robotics. Shares of Tesla higher by 4.6% today. I want to do a fun, sweet one.
What's
to
that?
end the day. Tootsie Roll Industries.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
TRUS.
I always forget they're publicly traded.
Yeah, market
Their
cap.
candy's gross.
Excuse me?
Sorry.
What?
Excuse me?
Tootsie Rolls are disgusting.
Nah, disagree.
Okay, I think the 69 boys disagree with you as well. So.
The stock, the best performer among its peers, finishing higher today by 3.2%. No fundamental news I could find. Shares flat.
Thank you for that. I love Tootsie Rolls.
But a fun one to end on.
What's the market? You don't like chocolate.
It's like
Doesn't
$2
sound
billion.
It's fudge.
That's real chocolate?
Yeah.
No, that's the point. All right, now this all makes sense. Katie.
All right, it's my turn. Let's get to the bad news. Let's get to JP Morgan, of course. We all know the story there. We had President Daniel Pinto come out and say that analysts are being too optimistic in projecting next year's expenses and net interest income. Of course, he was one of, it feels like several banks, Goldman included, sort of tempering the outlook here. JP Morgan shares finishing about 5% lower on the day. At one point, it was 7.5%, which was one of its worst days since, I think, June 2020. So finishing off those levels, but still down about 5%. The next one we have to talk about, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, of course, HPE, shares falling quite significantly. It's a boring reason, of course. They said yesterday that they had commenced a convertible preferred stock offering. You can see that investors clearly not too psyched about that. Hewlett-Packard shares really taking a dive there. And then I wanted to finish, of course, with Exxon. Scarlett was talking about how energy stocks were some of your worst performers today, and Exxon was no exception. You take a look at how shares finished up, down about 3.6%.
What's the difference between fudge and chocolate?
I couldn't tell you.
That is
No
a
idea.
great question.
I need a chocolatier
Isn't it more
here.
condensed milk versus something else? Hang tight.
I know. Do yields, and I'm going to Google this.
I'm going
while
to
you're
educate.
doing
That's a
that.
good
Yeah,
distinction.
sure.
All right, let's go to bonds for a second. You saw a bid pretty much all across the curve. You have 2-year yield down by about 7 basis points. You had a 3-year auction that actually went pretty smoothly. The demand was pretty solid. And then tomorrow you get $39 billion worth of tenure, and then you get a 30-year later on in the week of $22 billion. So clearly that bond bull is still very much alive and well today. And
Fudge,
Yes.
according to Google,
Uh-huh.
fudge is not the same as chocolate, but it can often contain chocolate. It's
Huh.
made from sugar, dairy, and flavorings, and is cooked cool
Was this an
and
AI
smooth.
answer?
Say it's more similar to caramel. Yes, it's AI, so
Okay.
it's probably wrong.
This
But
is why I don't like
nevertheless,
it.
Checking on that.
nevertheless, that's what
Consider the source.
that's what the
I like
the little
flavorings.
internet
That's really
box. Yeah.
vague and specific, you know.
Flavorings. I love me
Specific
some
for
flavorings.
our
But
purposes.
I
Yeah.
will eat fudge, but I won't eat a Tootsie Roll. Just throwing that out there for a new distinction.
Learning a lot about all of us, mostly Alex. I don't like chocolate.
Are we still getting earnings?
Yeah.
We are still
Yeah, we
getting
are.
earnings. Have you ever been to
Wow.
a Dave and Buster's, Tim?
All right, yeah. Ticker
Yeah.
PLAY. Earnings pulling up here
love that
on
ticker.
the Bloomberg terminal. Second quarter adjusted earnings per share beats estimates. Second quarter entertainment revenue coming in above estimates at $375.7 million. Second quarter adjusted earnings per share coming in way higher than estimates at $1.12. Dave and Buster's second quarter EPS also coming in above estimates. Shares bouncing around, but up 5.6, well, 7% as we speak right now.
All right, let's get over to Petco. The ticker there is WOOF, of course. It's where the pet goes. Shares are moving higher right now because they reported net sales for the second quarter that meet expectations. Net sales coming in at $1.52 billion. The estimate was for $1.53 billion, but this is interesting. The adjusted loss per share in the second quarter came in at 2 cents. That is slightly better than what analysts had been looking for, about 2.3 cents. And they look forward there to the third quarter adjusted loss per share of 3 cents to 4 cents. 3.1 cents is what the estimate had been. So you add it all together, and shares moving firmly higher right now.
All right, let's take a look at GameStop earnings. And, you know, when we say earnings, we kind of quote marks around it. Adjusted EPS of 4 cents. I'm not sure what that compares with, but let's look at the revenue line. Second quarter hardware and accessories net sales missing the average analyst estimate. That was about $451 million, down 24% versus last year. Analysts were looking for $477 million, so that's a big miss. Net sales overall down about 31%. Software net sales also down about 48%. Yeah, within the revenue line, everything is down year on year.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, I was looking through the press release to see any color. There is no color. It's just numbers and bye-bye. There is no conference call today. And this goes on. Michael Pachter over at Wedbush said that this company continues to face a, quote, near insurmountable barrier to its planned return to growth. And clearly these numbers with those declines year on year aren't helping it any.
Yeah, well, plan return to growth. I mean, you have to put that in quotation marks because, I mean, what's the plan here? I mean, 31% drop in revenue, and even that collectible side, which was actually one of the few bright spots that they had in past quarters, being that down also 18% here. There's just negative signs in front of everything.
Yep.
What are you doing, Scarlett?
What am I doing?
Yeah. Looking at the difference between fudge and chocolate.
I'm just thinking, when was the last time I was in a GameStop? I mean, I go with my kids, but like, you just kind of look at it, the store shelves are really bare, and then you move on.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're set to do with this turnaround that has been years in the making that has yet to materialize.
Is there not another roaring kitty tweet that can save this stock?
Well, to Katie's point in the chat, she does point out that the stock is up almost 34% year to date. Thank you so much, meme stocks.
Yeah, you're outperforming if you are in a single stock portfolio of just GameStop.
All right, that's got to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Katie and I are going back to radio, YouTube, and Originals. Alex is heading out. Scarlett and Romaine are staying there on TV. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, our coverage continues right here on Bloomberg Television as we make a little bit of a pivot. We want to talk about natural resources, maybe, because the natural resources from the great state of Montana are being used to fill a so-called void in the vodka industry. May Lee Vodka. It promises to lift your spirits with locally sourced high-quality grains and natural spring water. And if that's not enough to sell, one of its sustainable bottles of star power behind it might do that just as well. I'm happy to say that the co-founders of May Lee Vodka join us right now here on the big program, Blaine Halverson and the actor, Jason Momoa. Thanks for both of you gentlemen for joining us here today here. And of course, Jason, I'm going to start with the very obvious question here. Just tell me, what sets this vodka apart from all the others?
Why does this set apart from all the other vodkas?
Yeah.
I think all the other vodkas don't taste good. I think we set out to make this vodka just because we wanted to treat it like a spirit instead of an ingredient. So it's been, that was kind of our goal. It's taken us quite a while of time to do that, but we found out that it was actually because of, it's the water we use. And, you know, vodka is 60% water. Mm-hmm. We use the live water from Montana.
Well, give us a sense here too, Blaine, when we talk about how you sort of market this, and more importantly, I guess getting on shelves and what we know is a very crowded space. I mean, there are a lot of liquor brands, a lot of vodka brands specifically out there here. How do you get this in front of people in a way where they look to May Lee Vodka rather than all the others?
Yeah, I mean, listen, when Jay and I started this thing, like I said, but you know, we were not vodka guys. We were more in the whiskey and tequila things. We saw void in vodka. Just to us, vodka was really looked upon as an ingredient. So we've just sort of charged in creating something that was different and giving vodka an actual flavor profile and something smooth and treating it more, as Jason said, as an actual spirit rather than an ingredient. So, you know, it's been a big piece. You know, obviously the vodka market is really kind of controlled in general by kind of the big four that have been around quite some time, and it just felt like it was a you know, a piece of the liquor industry that was ready for a change and needed something different.
Yeah, both of you have a history together, right? You started on this journey to create something 8 years ago, and it sounds like you kind of stumbled upon vodka as your collaborative, you know, product here. But part of the origin story of May Lee Vodka is that neither of you actually like vodka. I'm guessing that has changed now, but
we love vodka now. But
right.
No, I mean that's the beautiful thing. Like this bottle, like what we set out to do, just the design quality of it, it ticks off everything that we love. So the sustainability aspect of it, we wanted something that tastes good. It's got a great story behind it, and to be able to drink this, and we take it to everybody. We ask them to drink it neat and drink it, you know, warm, room temperature, and it tastes beautiful. And we went up for all the competitions, and we poured out. It's a blind taste test, and we won everything. So it's been I think one of the most decorated spirits in the world. We got 7 golds, 3 platinums, and 2 perfect scores. So we've been out for a year and a half, and it's just been wonderful actually to take it to people and show it to them, and at the price point where it's still anywhere from $20 to $24 for a bottle, and it's beautiful. And it tastes good. It's like we wanted to make that some of this affordable luxury,
Right.
And
we should point out that no 2 bottles are the same because each bottle is different. The manufacturing of the glass bottle is really a point of pride for you. Blaine, I'm curious, as you bring your vodka around and you have different people taste it, I'm wondering if you've gotten any kind of feedback from the big players in the industry, the Constellation brands, the Diageos, whether anyone's talked to you about the flavor profile that you have come up with for Meili vodka.
I mean, listen, most people in America I don't think actually even know what vodka tastes like. I mean, they're used to drinking it in a drink, and that was sort of our point. I mean, the fact that we go around and have people try it at room temperature and in its natural form. I mean, you can kind of tell a lot just by people's first sort of impression of when you're asking them to drink vodka warm. Most of them sort of turn their nose because they're the ones that have, they sort of know that in general vodka tastes like rubbing alcohol. It's hot. It's got that burn, and it's why, it became something they covered up in drinks. We wanted to create a beautiful spirit that you didn't have to cover up, and then would give the bartenders and mixologists and the people in the industry actually something to actually build off of. Yeah. We single distill for that reason. We wanted to leave all the beautiful, the beautiful grains that we use, and most of all, what we call the unicorn, this unbelievable water.
Yeah. Well, talk about that, Blaine, because that was the part I was interested in. I mean, most of these vodkas, they're distilled several times, primarily to make it a neutral spirit, which, as you pointed out, because a lot of people use it as to mix in with something else, by only distilling this once. So you're leaving behind those grains, or at least the flavor from those grains. Why do you think other vodka companies, I guess effectively, are throwing that out, for lack of a better word?
Well, I think I think it's been mainly a marketing tool, because I don't think people necessarily understand, in general, the more you distill it, the only thing that's surviving distillation is the alcohol. And to me, it's why, we never liked it, because drinking alcohol in its natural form isn't very good. And listen, anybody this whole myth of vodka, of this, no smell, no taste, if that was the case, I mean, everyone has failed. I mean, anybody who's tried vodka naturally, there's nothing about it that doesn't have, heat in itself tastes like something. So we wanted to create something that was actually, like I said, more smooth. I mean, we age our vodka as well. Given it that time, similar to like a whiskey, also helps smooth it out. But that single distillation, because we're leaving this beautiful water in it as well, it's going to be smoother, because you're not cooking down, you're not getting rid of everything but the alcohol.
Right. Jason, let me ask you the final question here. What has surprised you most about the spirit industry? I know that you've been in the entertainment industry for a long time. You have other business interests, but as you move further into the spirit industry, what surprises you the most?
Well, and nothing at this point really surprised me as much as it was extremely challenging from the get-go. So, it took us a little over 9 years to actually build this to where it's at. This wasn't an overnight thing, and no one came to us and were like, "Hey, would you be a part of this and that?" It's just been Blaine and I. So there's no partners, there's no Diageo, there's nothing. It was just us. So that whole time, it gave us, time to trial and error, test this out. We really, Blaine really was the genius behind. And obviously, I know a few things about water, but it's like it was all about these pure water sources. And so we traveled in that time with Expedition Studios. We brought back water from Antarctica. We brought back Everest. We brought back the Shackleton route from Greenland, and bringing back all these, the Northwest Passage, bringing back waters, mixing with our mash, finding out that people are like, "No, you're just going to distill it. It's going to go away." But it didn't. And each flavor profile was different. So when you use RO water, which most spirits are made out of, it doesn't taste good. If you have a really beautiful one-of-a-kind water, which we do, it's our unicorn in Montana, and that water source is high. It's low in sodium, so it doesn't cover up the grains. And so I think the hardest part was the beginning, because it took a long time to get into it and like really perfect this, a place where we didn't know much about.
Sure.
But now it's like we know how to sell. I mean, we know how to sell. We know how to be intimate and be able to go to places and meet with people. And so now it's actually quite fun. I mean, I'm going to go on stage and play music with my band right now, and share, drinks with thousands of people and really just experience what it's like and have a good time. So I think the marketing aspect of that is already past the hard part in the sense of now it's just getting it to people going like, hey, here's the thing. We love scotch, we love mezcal, whiskey, all that stuff. You can have tons of them, tons of different bourbons. You need one vodka. You really need one. And so take one of these bottles home, test it with your friends, blind taste test them, and just try it out. It's $20. You'll have a ball.
All right, Jason Momoa and Blaine Halverson, spoken like true entrepreneurs there, the journey of, stumbles and starts before you kind of find your way. Co-founders of Mainly Vodka. Thank you both so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting, too. You got that little reference. He knows a lot about water here. We didn't ask him about, of course, his turn in Aquaman there. Obviously, a little bit of a link there. Of course, he's also going to be in a new movie. I don't know if you've seen this, but Minecraft, which I don't know if your kids play. This is huge in my household. They dropped a teaser. This movie's going to be released next year. Of course, it stars Jack Black as Steve, and there you can see, you just saw him there, Jason Momoa, and that nice, I don't know if that's a wig or his real hair there.
That doesn't look like Jason Momoa.
Yeah, well,
that might be part of the problem.
The part of the problem, this is getting a lot of traction on the internet right now as everyone's trying to figure out why this movie is what it is. But of course, this has been a long time making here. And of course, the founder of Minecraft, he's been negotiating with Warner Brothers for a long time on this, and we're going to finally get it in 2025.
Yeah, I'm not liking this Jason Momoa with bangs. Is that Jack Black?
That is Jack Black. He's the star of the movie.
Okay. I mean, when I think Minecraft, I think of a certain aesthetic, and this is not what I thought it was going to be. And I think that's what a lot of people on the internet are finding also.
Absolutely.
All right, coming up, meme stock mania. We're diving deeper into GameStop results. I didn't say earnings, Romaine. With Nathaniel Popper, he is author of The Trolls of Wall Street next. This is The Close on Bloomberg. We're keeping an eye on shares of GameStop right now, following its latest results in which net sales seems to have missed, whether you're looking at the hardware category or their software sales. Nonetheless, the stock slightly higher. Actually, it's kind of bouncing around right now. Little change at the moment. Nathaniel Popper is author of The Trolls of Wall Street, and he joins us now to dive deeper into meme stocks and the craze around GameStop. So, Nathaniel, we make a valiant effort to try to look at the earnings results and see what we can glean about this company, whether the second quarter net sales are down by double-digit percentages and what it means that hardware sales are down by quite a bit. Is there any point in looking at these results when, the press release itself has a boilerplate that's longer than the actual results? Why even publish results at this point that don't tell you very much about how the company is going to move forward?
Yeah, I think you're right that a company like this, this is the archetype of the meme stock, of course, and to some degree, the price of this stock has become disconnected from the fundamentals. And so to some degree, those fundamentals don't matter. But, this is a company that over time, obviously this began in January 2021, really the frenzy around GameStop. And, it's down since then. And there's a reason for that. This business, investors are looking at, at revenue and at this supposed turnaround that everybody's been waiting for so long. Mm-hmm. So it's a push and pull between the trolls and the fundamental investors.
Right. And I joke because, of course, the company needs to publish results. It's a publicly traded company. That's part of the requirements. But you talk about the trolls and the fundamental investors. Roaring Kitty had styled himself as a fundamental investor, but we haven't actually heard that much from him when it comes to what he likes about the company fundamentally.
It's really, I think when Roaring Kitty returned in May of this year, it was, in some ways, a new character, a different character than the Roaring Kitty from 2020 and 2021. Back then, Roaring Kitty was, in many ways, a value investor, as he put it in his screen name, and he was thinking about the fundamentals of this business, digging in deeply to the details of the earnings releases, of regulatory, every new regulatory filing that was coming out. And, when Roaring Kitty returned this year in May, it was a different, just meme-fueled character who was much less plugged in to the fundamentals of this business. And, in reality, what we've seen since May, in May and June, GameStop shot up when Roaring Kitty first returned again. But it seems like he has sort of backed out of the stock since then. I mean, he went up a bunch and then lost a bunch.
Yeah.
And it seems like he has moved on to other stocks, other interests.
One thing that was interesting, too, about your book, though, I mean, it kind of captures kind of the zeitgeist of the time. The idea that a lot of these retail traders were at home, so they had the flexibility to participate in this. You, of course, had, the whole Wall Street bets community, which just sort of found itself thrust into this. And, of course, the whole rivalry between the different moderators there here. It feels like that part of it is also dissipated. So maybe that's why, a new tweet or a new posting by Roaring Kitty doesn't get as much traction.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot going on here, but one part of that is that the sort of meme stock element of the retail investing crowd has definitely diminished over time. I think part of what's interesting, though, is that retail investors, the sort of interest in the markets broadly has not diminished over time. And I think it's easy to miss that sort of evolution into a new, more long-term kind of investor. I mean, meme stocks were the sort of gateway drug to the markets, I think, for a lot of investors. And actually, what you've seen recently during the big market gyrations around NVIDIA and AI stocks is that when stocks have gone down, retail investors have piled back in. And so you're seeing levels of retail interest in the markets that are basically where they were in January 2021 during this meme stock craze.
Yeah, they've piled back in, but maybe in different ways. Options, single stock ETFs, all of that. Nathaniel Popper, thank you so much. Author of The Trolls of Wall Street. A great look here at what's going on in the meme stock universe. We want to go now to our top three, where we focus on the people driving some of the day's most talked about stories. And first up is Selena Gomez. So the actress/singer's cosmetics company, Rare Beauty, it's now pausing its sale process, according to Axios. On paper, she's a billionaire based on the $2 billion valuation for a company, but maybe not doing so well finding a buyer.
All right, there. I'm taking a look at another guy, Ted Zanaristas. Of course, he is the co-founder of the fast food chain Cava, or I don't know if they call it a fast food chain, but of course it went public. And he's actually putting some of that money that he made to use here, an $8.6 million mansion in Washington, D.C., where he is based, a newly built mansion, we should point out here. I think the listing had something like 7 bedrooms, and there you have it. Looks like a cozy little place there in Upper Washington, D.C.
Yeah, 2 kitchens, an elevator, wine storage, sauna, exercise room, carriage house as well. All right, third up is Billy McFarland. The man behind the infamous Fyre Festival says that over 1,200 fans have applied for tickets to Fyre Fest 2. So he's moving forward with this thing. Tickets are going for as much as $1.1 million.
Yeah, well, I don't know who's going to buy that there, but there you have it, Fyre Festival 2 there. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently not. All right, we're going to be back in a moment here. Take a look back in history. We'll continue in a moment right here on Bloomberg. All right, let's look back in history to 74 years ago, this September, when the Insurance Company of North America began offering a first-of-its-kind homeowners policy that bundled all of the risks associated with owning a home into a single package policy. Now, remember at the time, then, back in 1950, a homeowner who wanted insurance for fire would take out a policy for just that, and a separate policy for theft, and a separate policy for accidents, et cetera, et cetera. INA figured it could package all of those together into a so-called multi-line policy that bundled all of the myriad risk for a house at a cost to the homeowner that was at least 20% less than the combined premiums on separate policies. That all-inclusive 5-year policy, which included protection for fire, theft, weather, explosion, riots, even aircraft and land vehicles, cost between $88 and $100, or roughly about $1,300 on an inflation-adjusted basis today. These new all-in-one policies, they were a hit with consumers who appreciated the cost savings they were also a hit with insurance agents who found the contracts simpler to explain and sell. Businessweek magazine called the new insurance product at the time revolutionary, and it was. The new comprehensive policies would completely reshape the insurance industry in a way that ultimately reshaped both home building and mortgage banking, as the policies gave lenders more security that homeowners would be less likely to default in the event of a home catastrophe. That in turn made homes more affordable. That in turn increased home building, which increased the number of construction jobs and spurred greater economic activity, all tied to a simple idea that packaging things as one could be better than letting everything stand alone.
Kind of like the original bundle. And of course, when we talk about home ownership, there's a tie here to politics because Kamala Harris has made supporting the U.S. housing market one of her main issues here as she heads into the debate tonight against former President Trump. The two of them gearing up for their one and only scheduled debate at 9 p.m. Eastern in Philadelphia. They've agreed to a 90-minute event with no live audience, no opening statements, and microphones muted when it's during the other's turn to speak. David Gura is at the venue in Philadelphia and has more on this. So, David, heading into this, we know that both sides were rehearsing or preparing in their own specific ways for this upcoming debate. The interesting thing is there's nothing to draw on here because neither of them have met each other or talked to each other before.
Yeah, it'll be a very dramatic moment when they face each other on that stage. We'll all be watching to see what the body language is between them. But it does kind of complicate things. So you mentioned how they've been preparing in different ways. Vice President Harris has been in the western part of the state in Pittsburgh for the last few days, going over policy briefings, doing some mock debates. She had somebody playing the role of Donald Trump. She's looking at footage of what those debates were like between Hillary Clinton back in 2016 and Donald Trump, trying to get a sense of what that body language might be like and how might she act in response to it. Donald Trump taking a different approach to preparing for this debate. He has been on the road doing rallies and then having kind of policy conversations with some of his closest advisors, but not doing the kind of traditional debate preparation that we would have seen in past campaigns, Scarlett.
David, give us a sense here. I know you're kind of at a separate site where they kind of keep the media kind of a little bit further away from the Constitution Center, just a few blocks away from Independence Hall down the street there. There's no audience here. You're just going to have the moderators, the ABC moderators there here. I know there's been a lot of discussion about the parameters of this debate and what the Harris campaign agreed to and what the Trump campaign appeared to. How is this going to feel different than what we saw with the Biden-Trump debate back in late June?
You know, fundamentally, the rules are very similar, if not identical. I just walked down Market Street to where the debate's going to be, as close as I could get to it. It's pretty heavily fortified, and as you say, they're not allowing outside media in or an audience of any sort. We're here from a remove, obviously hundreds of reporters who are here to cover it. I think it's going to feel, in a lot of ways, atmospherically, like what we saw in Atlanta, but of course we knew mere seconds, if not minutes into that debate, that something was not going the way that the president hoped that it would. It was an odd dynamic between the two candidates on stage, to say the least. We'll look for any kind of indications of how this might kind of play out over the course of tonight. But I think fundamentally the rules, the parameters of it are the same as we saw in Atlanta, and this was pretty hard fought over these last few weeks. There was a robust argument among both campaigns, particularly about muting those microphones, having one microphone muted when another candidate was answering a question. That is something that the Trump campaign really wanted to be in place, Romaine, but the Harris campaign did not. I mean, such a signal moment for her during her last really big debate against Mike Pence was when he kept interrupting her, and she was able to say a couple of times during the course of that debate, "I'm speaking." That was clipped, made viral, and I think the Harris campaign was hoping for the opportunity for another moment like that tonight, and we'll see if they get one.
Gotcha. Of course, there was a recent poll by the New York Times and Siena College which found, the race is pretty much neck and neck. Trump leading Harris by 48 to 47%. So it's basically a dead split here. In terms of what the poll also indicated, what are voters going to be listening for? What do they want to hear from Kamala Harris or President Trump, former President Trump?
So that poll that you're citing kind of confirmed what a lot of people, including on the campaigns, had expected about this, that it's neck and neck and it's going to be decided on a razor's edge. But if you look into those numbers, I think the thing that stands out to me is the fact that when you look at those who are polled who want to know more about a candidate or feel that they don't know enough about a candidate, more than a quarter say that about Vice President Harris. Donald Trump is a known quantity. The American electorate knows sort of what he stands for, what he believes in, and how he acts. I don't think the same thing is true if you look at those poll numbers for Vice President Harris. So if this is the only opportunity for these two candidates to meet on stage, and currently it is, it's the only debate on the calendar before Election Day, it is a hugely important moment for her to answer some of the nervousness or questions that those voters may have, both about her background, what's important to her, what policies she prioritizes, and how she might approach being president if she's elected in November. So a crucial opportunity for her tonight.
All right, our very own David Gura on the ground there in Philadelphia. Bloomberg Television and Radio will have special coverage of ABC's presidential debate between the two candidates. Our coverage starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. Of course, the debate itself kicks off at 9 p.m. there from National Constitution Center in Philadelphia. Meanwhile, back here in New York, we stick with politics and take a closer look here at maybe what CEOs have on their mind. Our next guest says geopolitics is occupying the minds of global CEOs. If they want to withstand the threat of disruption, chief executives need to incorporate political risk into their strategic decision making. Courtney Rickert McCaffrey is Global Geostrategy Insights Leader over at EY, and she joins us here in studio, too, to discuss. Great to see you here, Courtney. Let's talk about that here, because geopolitics, probably even more so than the last election, is certainly front and center, not only for CEOs, but quite frankly for a lot of regular folks on the ground as well. What is it specifically, though, within that geopolitical realm the CEOs are focused on?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot, to be sure. I think a few of the main questions that we get asked a lot about from CEOs and board members and other executives is around supply chain dynamics. So supply chain diversification, sort of thinking through the ramifications of that and how geopolitics plays a really big role in those strategic decisions right now. Of course, a big part of that is dynamics between China and the U.S., the EU and China, kind of that trilateral relationship there is really on the minds of a lot of CEOs in terms of how they're thinking about their global footprints, their global strategies, and their supply chains.
What can they do, though? Because this is effectively out of their control. Obviously, this is an electoral decision, and they're going to have to live with it no matter, who ends up in office here. Do they start to make changes now in anticipation of what's happened, or do they wait until the election, maybe even wait until you get an inauguration in the cabinet and the other sort of administrators in place to react to whatever the new world order is going to be?
Yeah. Well, we're certainly seeing a little bit of all of the above. I mean, it really depends on the company's footprint, their sector, their risk tolerance. So different CEOs approach this differently. What we are seeing a lot of CEOs do, though, is use scenario analysis to try to plan ahead. Some of them are sort of gaming out those scenarios, seeing that there are some bets they could make now, some moves they could make now that would position them well no matter who wins the election. But others are maybe holding their ground a little bit to see how things play out. But overall, we are seeing, I think 98% of CEOs tell us that they are making strategic changes in response to the geopolitical environment.
Is every industry affected in the same way? And by that, I mean, technology companies obviously have a lot to contend with given all the different government responses and punitive actions they're taking. Consumer-facing companies need to deal with perhaps boycotts of certain kinds of products. But how are they, I guess, responding to this particular situations on the ground versus what they're hearing, in terms of what could happen?
Yeah, there's absolutely differences by sector. I think no matter what sector a company's in, they do feel geopolitics in some ways. But what we've seen in the past few years is that governments are really targeting their policy actions, both the carrots and the sticks, at what they consider to be strategic sectors for the national economies, for their sort of geopolitical competitiveness going forward. So certainly technology tops the list there. We're also seeing increasing policy actions around electric vehicles and sort of that entire supply chain. And certainly we're seeing some more activity in the biotech space as well.
How does this impact companies' abilities to grow through expansion, through buying other companies or buying maybe their supplier, or just getting more of a foothold through M&A?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's interesting that you asked that, because what we've seen is that the policies that governments are using do target investments in a lot of cases. And so what we're seeing is that cross-border mergers and acquisitions are sort of a lower share of the overall M&A market compared to the past. And what we're seeing is that there are more opportunities for M&A cross-border between geopolitical friendly countries, essentially, whereas between rivals, those opportunities are going down. So I think the opportunities still exist. It's just they're shifting in response to the geopolitical environment.
I know this is sort of more of a longer-term question, but does this change the complexion of who ends up becoming a CEO. The idea that boards now have to maybe consider a skill set that maybe CEOs that maybe have been there for a while and didn't have to confront these issues that maybe they're not prepared for. So when they start talking about new CEOs coming in, do you need somebody who's maybe cut from that cloth of, I don't know, maybe being a diplomat or at least being able to, as you say, sort of run a scenario analysis and figure out all the things going on?
Yeah, well, I would certainly agree with that statement.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that, the skill sets of CEOs, what's needed in the business environment does change sort of from year to year, from decade to decade. And what we're seeing right now is certainly an ability to understand the geopolitical environment, to really task your executive team with understanding how it affects your company in particular, and then being able to incorporate that intelligence into how decisions are made is a really key skill set.
What kind of time frame are these CEOs thinking of when they're looking at decisions that they can make based on the shifting geopolitical landscape? Because, I mean, a presidential term is 4 years, and we seem to swing wildly from one administration to the next.
That's certainly been true in the United States. I mean, I would broaden it a little bit. This has been the year of the global election supercycle. So the U.S. is just one of many elections that's happened this year, affecting, I think, about 60% of global GDP, essentially, has gone to the polls this year. So what we're seeing is, CEOs do have, short-term agendas, and then they're trying to look out as far as they can, maybe 2, 3, 4 years. Much beyond that, it does get very hard to forecast where the world is heading.
Courtney Rickert McCaffrey, Global Geostrategy Insights Leader at EY. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How much do you think geopolitics is going to come up in tonight's debate?
I don't know. I have pretty low expectations for this debate, for obvious reasons here. I mean, I'm sure, I have no doubt the moderators will ask about that stuff. Whether they actually get responses out of them that are actually, substantive, that remains to be seen.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I mean, on certain things,
So what bar are you going to watch this?
I'm not going to bar.
No, you're just going to sit on your couch and watch this?
Yeah, maybe look through, my hands at different points.
Maybe just put on some 3D glasses and see how that goes.
There you go. In terms of how markets closed on the day, there's a lot of course, anticipation before tomorrow's CPI report, which, when it comes down to it, is it going to answer the question of whether the Fed's going to cut by 25 basis points or 50 basis points? Probably not.
No, probably not, of course. But as you know, the market obsesses over these things, and maybe that gives them, maybe more comfort that the Fed will do what most people think it's already going to do, I guess, depending on what that number is tomorrow here. But again, it gets to this idea that you have the markets on edge. It's really not just about that report, but it's about this commentary we got out of the bank executives today, obviously the debate tonight, what the Fed does next week, and then we got to head into another earnings season. So if you're an investor here, this is not the sort of just throw a dart at the board kind of market that we had back in 2023 and the start of 2024.
Yeah, even with green numbers across the board there, you can see for the NASDAQ and S&P 500, September kind of living up to its reputation as a volatile month for stocks. This is The Close on Bloomberg. Investors on edge waiting for tomorrow's CPI report due out at 8:30 a.m. They're looking for more clues about how the Fed proceeds with its rate cut in later September. Joining us now for more on this is Stuart Paul of Bloomberg Economics. And of course, it'll be next Wednesday on the 18th when the Fed does make its decision. Investors are comfortable with this narrative that inflation has moderated, approaching that 2% target. It's no longer the risk it once was. Do you see any reason for tomorrow's print to surprise anyone or to stray from that narrative?
Our best estimate right now for headline CPI is 0.15% month on month. It's that knife edge estimate when the BLS does its rounding. We think it's going to round up to 0.2%, consistent with what we've seen over the past few months. So we don't think that there's going to be that major upside surprise that would knock the Fed off a cutting track. I think, if anything, we could see a modest downside surprise in headline inflation on a monthly basis, but still it looks like the annual measure of core CPI is stalling out. Our best estimate puts it staying at 3.2% year over year, and we are seeing that stalling out of core PCE. It's going to be a long last mile.
It's a long last mile. What's brought us to that long last mile? I mean, I know we can sort of point to, obviously, the Fed and sort of what it did to try to tamp inflation down, but obviously there was a lot more to it than that.
So there was the alleviation of supply chain backlogs and other sort of supply chain snarls that helped contribute to that disinflation. So we now have actual deflation in goods once again. That's the sort of thing that we've experienced for almost a decade before the pandemic. We've seen a lot of disinflation in shelter. But at this point, the disinflation that we're seeing in shelter is very slow. And we are getting some knock-on effects from past inflation. So auto price insurance, home insurance, those are all the things that are supporting inflation that are making for, again, that long last mile. It's going to be a bit sticky getting to that 2% inflation.
Yeah, once the insurance companies tack on those extra premiums, that they're not going to take it away. So CPI is tomorrow, then PPI is on Wednesday, but the Fed really pays attention to core PCE. Will we get enough of a read from CPI to kind of understand what core PCE will look like, or that'll only come after PPI?
We're going to get most of the components from CPI. Some of the big swing factors, especially for super core PCE, that's core services PCE excluding shelter, some of those major swing factors come from PPI. One of the most important is financial services, particularly portfolio management services. And part of the way that that's calculated comes from, there's a long lag to it. It's basically a 3 to 6 month moving average that feeds in from PPI and then into PCE. And because it moves so slowly, the equity price momentum that we saw through the early part of the summer is still going to be feeding into that component. So that's going to be undergirding that super core PCE reading that matters most for the Fed.
When we talk about the overall health, though, of the economy, there was a lot of hay made today about some of the commentary we got out of this Barclays conference. A lot of banking executives talking about various things, some of it related to the drop in interest rates. But you had comments out of Ally Financial talking about a deterioration in auto loans, as well as a few other folks that basically seem to suggest that you are dealing with a consumer that is a little bit not just tapped out, but now really falling behind or potentially falling behind on payments. How much of that has to factor into the Fed's decision making next week, or at least the discussion that they have in that 2-day meeting?
I think that it goes into the full scope of everything that they're considering. We're definitely seeing more bankruptcy filings, personal and corporate bankruptcy filings. We're seeing more delinquencies on all consumer loans, including auto loans and unsecured loans like on credit cards. So I think that when the Fed is considering the health of the consumer, they're not just thinking that everything is a party and consumers are spending frivolously with a 2.9% savings rate, which is exceptionally low. They're seeing that consumers are tapped out. They're trying to make ends meet. They're trying to make ends meet on credit, and that also means that some of their payments on bills are falling behind.
All right, Stuart Paul, one of the best in the business here at Bloomberg Economics. A closer look at the CPI report scheduled for 8:30 a.m. Washington time tomorrow. Team Surveillance will have full coverage of that. And if you are looking for those inflationary or deflationary trends here, maybe look at your grocery bill, Scarlett. Consumers are getting some relief there. New data showing that online grocery prices are plunging by the most on record in August. And I was kind of fascinated by this, mainly because of why they're separating out the online stuff from in-store. And I don't know, is this a true deflationary cycle, or is this more just the fact that we've all just gone back to the stores after relying on Instacart and everything else during the pandemic?
Exactly. I'm not sure how many people buy most of their groceries online. I mean, most people aren't even at home to accept their groceries at this point. They'd be, sitting under the sun. Someone might take it, or it might be rained upon. So, I mean, when was the last time you bought all your groceries online, or at least the majority of it?
Well, my wife doesn't allow that. She does. Yeah, she's totally against all that stuff.
She has to pick out her produce.
She wants to go to the store and touch the produce and look at the meat and all that stuff, which I get. And maybe it gets to the point too is, are you seeing this just in those online things? I mean, is that just like fees coming down?
I feel like it's easier to track.
Or is that the actual price of like eggs going down versus what I'm going to see in the store?
No, that's really true. And also, let's not forget, anything that's online is subject to dynamic pricing. So how stable are those prices? They could change minute by minute. They can change based on, whether you put something in your shopping cart and then you left it for 10 minutes and you came back.
Yeah, complex economy, but at least one segment of it here offering some relief for consumers. A lot going on this week, a lot going on over the next 24 hours. We're going to set you up for what to watch when we come back. This is The Close on Bloomberg. All right, let's set you up for what markets are going to have their eyes on over the next 24 hours. And of course, we have to start with tonight, the first and maybe potentially the only presidential debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
And as you pointed out earlier, the rules are going to be the same as Trump's debate with Biden in that there's no live audience. The microphones will be muted. It'll be an hour and a half long. I think I'm going to wait for the highlights the next day.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting, too. I mean, so much has changed, of course, since we've kind of forget there was a presidential debate. It was between Biden and Trump, of course. That was back on June 27th. And then, of course, you had that effectively an attempted assassination on Trump in mid-July, and then Biden dropping out on July 21st. Kamala Harris, now the Democratic nominee. Full coverage right here on Bloomberg, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. Of course, the actual debate itself starts at 9 p.m. Meanwhile, we move forward here. We do get some economic data points at about 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, the really, really important one is at 7 a.m. MBA mortgage applications.
Yeah, we also get at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. We get those monthly U.S. CPI numbers that we were just talking about with Stuart, Paul.
And at 10:20 a.m., Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, will be speaking at a Goldman Sachs tech conference with David Solomon in Chicago. David Solomon, the CEO of Goldman. That'll be fascinating, especially as people are really waiting to hear any kind of update from Jensen Huang that may differ from what he said at the earnings call.
Yeah, a lot going on there as well. And in the world of entertainment, MTV's VMAs also tomorrow night. That's at 8 p.m. hosted by Megan Thee Stallion. Thanks for joining us here on The Close. We'll be back tomorrow here for all of your markets coverage. For all your politics coverage, stick around. A lot going on tonight. Balance of Power team, they're on deck right at the top of the hour, right here on Bloomberg.
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you, the audience here in the University Aula in Bergen, Norway, as well as viewers around the world, to this year's Holberg debate. My name is Jørgen Sejersted, and I am chair of the Holberg Prize Board. The Holberg Prize is one of the largest international prizes awarded to outstanding scholars within the humanities, social sciences, theology, and law. The prize was established by the Norwegian government in 2003 in homage to the 18th century scholar and author Ludvig Holberg. In addition to the academic events that are held each year in celebration of the Holberg Prize laureate, the Holberg debate is held annually in December in tribute to the intellectual curiosity and energy of Ludvig Holberg. The debate aims to engage prominent academics as well as non-academics in public debate on pressing issues of our time. The topic of this year's debate is the scientific and philosophical question of consciousness. What is it? Where is it? Discussions of consciousness go back thousands of years and have acquired new urgency with modern scientific and technological advances. The title of this year's debate is the question, does consciousness extend beyond brains? On the panel, we are proud to have Professor Anil Seth of the University of Sussex, Professor Tanja Lohrmann of Stanford University, and author and biologist Rupert Sheldrake. We are also very pleased to have David Malone as moderator of this event. David Malone is an award-winning science documentary filmmaker who has made films for BBC and Channel 4 on topics relevant to this debate. His most recent films have been on the promise and threat of artificial intelligence and on the origin of COVID. In 2012, he wrote a book on the global debt crisis, and he is currently writing a book on the evolution of life and consciousness with the working title of From Matter to Meaning. He also finds time for discussing current issues on the podcast Hyperland. So we are very happy to welcome you here to Bergen, and please, David, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Professor Serged. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this year's Holberg debate of 2023. As the Professor said, I have spent a lifetime making science, philosophy, and history films for BBC, Channel 4 in the UK, and Universal Pictures. And over the years, I've made about 10 films relevant to this topic of consciousness. I've also, over the years, chaired dozens of debates, so I thought I'd take a moment to explain the structure of this debate. There is a formula for how these debates are generally organized. Usually, the organizers will invite one speaker to be what we might call the defender of the faith. And their job is to explain to you all the received wisdoms and all of the unquestionable certainties which everyone agrees are true. Then there's the heretic. And that person's job is to tell you that nobody agrees on anything and that all of the unquestionable certainties are entirely questionable. And then there's often a third who is a bit like the Social Democrat Centre Party, and their job is to try and agree with this side and then try to agree with that side, and in the end no one knows what they think, but they're there mainly to stop the other two falling out. I'm very happy to tell you that the organizers of this debate, Ule Sandmo and Bjorn Bertelsen, it is entirely their fault, in a stroke of what I have to describe as both bravery and brilliance, have decided to utterly ignore everything I just told you. There will be no defender of the faith on the stage. Neither will there be the Social Democrat. There will, in fact, only be heretics. 3 of them. Now, it is true that some of them are more heretical than others, but they have each, in their own way, questioned some of the long-held assumptions of modern science, sort of chipped away at the articles of faith, one might even say the dogmas of conventional science, which form the battlements of established wisdom. But our speakers this evening are not here simply to tell you that they disagree with conventional wisdom or even with each other. They're here to try and shed some light on why they disagree. Because all ideas have a consequence. I think people accept or reject an idea based on what they think the collateral damage to the rest of their worldview will be. Because if you accept an idea, sometimes you find that that idea then forces you to give up another idea you're really not happy about giving up. And if that's the case, then people say, oh no, that's rubbish. If it's not going to do much damage, they say, oh, that's terribly interesting, Professor. And that's what we're here to do, really, is to talk about and explore what are the consequences, what's at stake if any of the ideas our speakers put forward are true. Is this a good thing to do, a scientific thing to do? Well, here's a quote written by one of our panelists, and see if you can decide which of the 3 of them wrote this. Here's the quote. "It is not anti-scientific to question established beliefs, but central to science itself. At the creative heart of science, the creative heart of science is a spirit of open-minded inquiry. Ideally, science is a process, not a position, not a belief system. Innovative science happens when scientists feel free to ask new questions and build new theories. And that is what we are going to do this evening. Asking questions, looking at new, perhaps even heretical ideas, but ideas that matter, which have a consequence beyond themselves, where there are things at stake if any of them turn out to be true. Consequences for how we understand ourselves, how we understand the people we might be able to become, for our place in nature. And the central question, as the professor said, is it revolves around this idea of consciousness, which on the one hand I'm sure you're all familiar with. I think most of you, perhaps all of you, are conscious. But are you sure the person next to you is? How do you know? Is your dog conscious? Could your computer one day be conscious? How about trees? Heretical? Silly? Well, maybe. So let me finish by just introducing our speakers. I will introduce each speaker in turn. They will have approximately 15 minutes to convince you of their heresy. And our first speaker this evening is Anil Seth. He is one of Britain's leading neuroscientists, head of cognitive computational neuroscience at the University of Sussex, which is, I can tell you, a hotbed of heresy. He is the recent winner of the prestigious Faraday Award, and in his book, The Being You, A New Science of Consciousness, he made it very clear that the human brain is not a computer made of meat. Anil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you also to the Holberg Prize Foundation, to Björn Ule, Professor there, for inviting me here and for putting on this wonderful event. When I first heard how it was going to be organized, I hadn't heard about it before. It just struck me. What a wonderful thing to be part of. So I'm very, very happy indeed to be here, and also to see the first snow of the year in Bergen. Beautiful. Love it. Right, 15 minutes to convince you of my heresy. Let's start at the beginning. I want to start 7 years ago. 7 years ago, I ceased to exist. I was having this small operation, and my brain was filling with anesthetic. And I remember these sensations of blackness and detachment and this falling apart. And then I was back. I was drowsy and disoriented, but I was definitely there. Now, when you wake up from a deep sleep, you might be confused about the time, but there's always this basic sense of continuity, of some time having passed between then and now. But just out of interest, how many people in the audience have had general anesthesia and are willing to admit to it? Quite a lot. Okay, for those that haven't, I highly recommend it. Really interesting non-experience. And that's because when you come around from anesthesia, from general anesthesia, it's very different. I could have been under for 5 minutes, 5 hours, or even 50 years. I just wasn't there. Under is an understatement. It was total oblivion. Now, anesthesia is a modern kind of magic. It takes people, turns them into objects, and then back again into people. And when we come around and open our eyes, our brains do much more than merely process information. We are not computers made of meat. Our minds are filled with light and color, with shade and shape. We experience the world around us and being a self within that world. How does this happen? What makes us more than merely complex biological objects? This is the challenge of understanding consciousness, which, in my view, is one of the most exciting and vibrant frontiers of modern science. Now, I'm very honored to participate in this year's debate, along with Dr. Sheldrake and Professor Lehrman and David. And we'll be discussing two questions, I think. One is, do conscious experiences happen both within and beyond the brain? And also, can science solve this hard problem, the so-called hard problem of consciousness? And in the remainder of my opening remarks, I'm going to talk more about the solving the hard problem of consciousness, but I'll say a little bit about whether consciousness extends as well. Let's start with a couple of definitions. What is consciousness? Well, the philosopher Thomas Nagel defines it this way, and it's a good starting point for me. He says, for a conscious organism, there is something it is like to be that organism. It feels like something to be me. It feels like something to be each one of you. Probably feels like something to be a bat, or an ape, or a kangaroo. But it doesn't feel like anything to be a table or this lectern or a blade of grass or a laptop computer, probably. For these things, there's probably no experience going on at all. At least this is a reasonable starting assumption. Now, from the standard perspective of Western science and philosophy, and there are other options, as I'm sure we'll come to, the challenge is to explain how and why this is so. Now, the origins of this challenge go back as far as you like into history, but a useful modern landmark is with the philosopher David Chalmers and his hard problem of consciousness. He puts it like this: it is widely agreed that consciousness arises from a physical basis, but we have no good explanation of why and how it so arises. Why should physical processing give rise to a rich inner life at all? It seems objectively unreasonable that it should, and yet it does. Now, there's an assumption here, not made explicitly in this quote, but taken on by many researchers in the field, including me, that the relevant physical basis and physical processing being referred to are about things happening in brains, and perhaps in bodies too. The question then becomes, what is it about the combined activity of the billions of brain cells and associated other gubbins inside my skull that gives rise to, entails, or is somehow identical to a conscious experience? And this question has been the rallying cry in consciousness science for at least the last 30 years or so. And I say the last 30 years or so because it wasn't always this way. Despite consciousness being a central question when neuroscience and psychology first emerged as coherent academic disciplines, for a good part of the last century, the topic was pushed to or beyond the fringes. It was heretical to want to study it at all. The suspicion dominated that consciousness, being intrinsically subjective and private, as well as mysterious in some way, could not be usefully studied with the tools of science at all. The psychologist Stuart Sutherland wrote in the International Dictionary of Psychology in 1989, just before I started my undergraduate degree, that consciousness is a fascinating but elusive phenomenon. It is impossible to specify what it is, what it does, or how it evolved. Nothing worth reading has been written on it. It's a pretty pessimistic outlook. Fortunately, things have changed, and I feel lucky these days to have been part of a renaissance in the scientific study of consciousness. And it's not just science. It brings together scientists of all stripes: mathematicians, psychologists, neuroscientists, psychiatrists, computer scientists, physicists, with philosophers, also with anthropologists and other social scientists, all trying to tackle this fundamental problem. And while no one has yet cracked it, exciting progress has been made and continues to be made. Now, the initial strategy in studying consciousness, and still a very popular approach, is to look for the so-called neural correlates of consciousness, the fingerprints of consciousness in the brain, or footprints. These are the parts of the brain or aspects of brain activity that change when consciousness changes. And thanks to the fancy new tools of brain imaging and other things we have available these days, we can look into the brain to find these neural correlates. These can be global changes in consciousness, what happens when we lose it, like in general anesthesia. Or we can ask what changes in the brain when our conscious experience itself changes. There are things like binocular rivalry, where we show two images, one to each eye, and our conscious perception will flip from one to the other. Now, this is all great stuff, and a lot has been learned, but there are fundamental limitations to this established strategy. Significantly, correlations are not explanations, and they don't really tell us much about cause either. And this is why we need theories, among other things. Theories can help us move from correlations to explanations. And by doing so, we can begin to chip away at David Chalmers' hard problem about how and why consciousness happens. And there are plenty of theories, which is one reason why now is a particularly exciting time in the field. A couple of years ago, the philosopher Tim Bain and I wrote a review for Nature Reviews Neuroscience on neuroscientific, brain-based theories of consciousness, and we came up with 22, some of them, all of them very different from each other, some of them more mature and more backed by evidence than others. And what's happening now in general in the field is we're getting to the stage of pitting these theories against each other to see which stand up and which fall down. Now, my own preferred theory, which I've been developing in various ways for well over a decade, is that the brain is a kind of prediction machine, and that what we experience, both the world around us and being a self within it, are forms of controlled hallucination, brain-based best guesses that are tied to their causes in the world or in the body, not so much by accuracy, but by criteria of how useful they are in the business of staying alive. Now, the idea of the brain as a prediction machine, constantly estimating what's going on and calibrating its best guesses against sensory signals, this is not a new idea at all, and it's been developed in different ways by different people. And my own take is to treat it as a way of going beyond correlations between brain activity and consciousness, and instead explaining why conscious experiences are the way they are and not some other way. Why an experience of color is different from an experience of emotion or of free will. And one implication of this is that what we perceive is not simply a readout of the sensory information that comes in through our eyes and our ears. It is always and everywhere an active, creative act in which the brain is continuously making predictions about the way the world is and the way the body is, and updating these predictions using sensory information. And in my take on this, that is what we experience. We experience the predictions, not a readout of the sensory information. Our experiences of the world and the self come from the inside out, just as much, if not more than, from the outside in. And this means that we inhabit surprisingly different inner worlds, as I'm sure Tanya Luhrmann will explain next, even for the same shared objective reality. But what this does not mean, at least in my view, is that consciousness itself extends beyond brains, or that our vision, for example, is a force emitted from the eyes. Another implication is perhaps even more controversial, which is that, unlike the majority of my colleagues, and this is where my heresy takes flight, I think that consciousness is intimately connected to our nature as living creatures, so that life may be a necessary condition for consciousness. And this pushes back on the tired old metaphor of the brain as a computer, really highlights how different we are from the large language models and other artifacts of AI that increasingly dominate our societies and our lives. And I mention this in part to underline that even within the constraints of what's often called mainstream neuroscience, there is a lot of variety and controversy. Some other prominent theories, such as there's a neuroscientist called Giulio Tononi who has a theory called the integrated information theory of consciousness. This makes other incredibly counterintuitive predictions, such as that vivid conscious experiences might happen with almost no neural activity at all. So lots of controversy. Will any of these theories solve the hard problem? Well, from where we are now, I think it's too early to say, but I'm optimistic. And there's a lesson here from how our understanding of life developed. It wasn't so long ago, maybe 150 years, that the challenge of understanding life seemed to be beyond the reach of science, perhaps as mysterious as the challenge of consciousness seems to us today. And according to the dominant, at the time, philosophy of vitalism, there had to be something almost supernatural, a spark of life, an élan vital, to explain the difference between the living and the non-living. But things didn't turn out that way. Instead of treating life as one big scary mystery, biologists of the day instead started explaining the properties of living systems, metabolism, homeostasis, reproduction, in terms of the underlying physics and chemistry. And bit by bit, our conception of what life is changed, and the need to appeal to some special source began to fade away. The hard problem of life wasn't solved, it was dissolved. And I think the same may well happen with consciousness. By chipping away at its various properties, how conscious we are, what we're conscious of, the nature of the self, the nature of volition, the hard problem of consciousness too is already seeming less mysterious and less monolithic than once it did. And perhaps one day, perhaps not so far away, it too might vanish in a puff of metaphysical smoke. And of course I might be wrong, both in my own theory and in this optimistic view of the future of consciousness science, but that's okay. The beauty of science is the ability to be productively wrong, so that our collective understanding always ratchets upwards. And even if we don't fully understand the problem of consciousness, what we're learning along the way is already radically changing how we think about the nature of how we experience the world, perception, the self, and other things. And this is having major implications in society, something I hope we'll talk about later. in ethics, in medicine, in animal welfare, in law, in how we deal with AI, and in much more besides. Now, the neuroscience of consciousness is at a very exciting place. Now, just as astronomy faced the challenge of the very far away and quantum physics the challenge of the very small, neuroscience faces the unique challenge of the very complex. And we are just now developing the theoretical and experimental tools to get to grips with this challenge. And if it still seems difficult to understand or imagine how any kind of physical stuff could give rise to any kind of experience, well, this could well be because our imaginations are just not yet up to the job of envisaging what such a complex system as an embodied brain might be capable of. But when they're empowered with the tools of science and philosophy, bootstrapped from the insights of those colleagues now and before us, our imaginations can stretch further. And just like the apparent mystery of life, what once seemed inexplicable may not always remain so. Now, I'll finish by very briefly addressing the specific question of whether consciousness extends beyond the brain. The first thing to say is that I'm entirely comfortable with the idea that our minds extend beyond our brains. A good chunk of my memory is in this phone, probably a lot else too. And indeed, what part of what it is to be myself is in my perception of how others perceive me, and so depends, although indirectly, on things outside my own brain. David Chalmers himself, who coined the hard problem term, together with the philosopher Andy Clark, have written convincingly, in my mind, about the idea of the extended mind. But the mind, although the mind can broaden to encompass many things, the mind is not the same thing as conscious experience itself. Now, when I look around me, the contents of my consciousness, let's say colors, they seem to be out there in the world. Does this mean that my consciousness itself is out there in the world too? Well, I don't think so. The fact that the contents of my consciousness sometimes seem to be out there does not mean they actually are. Now, this is a useful example is something like an out-of-body experience, where people experience being in a position different from their own bodies. This is clearly a real experience for many people over history and even now, but it does not mean that consciousness itself has left the body and gone flying around. There are often many different, more compelling, more empirically useful explanations for these kinds of experiences. How things seem is important to pay attention to, but it's not always a good guide to how things are. Now, in my view, and in a line of thinking that goes all the way back to the Scottish philosopher David Hume, experiencing something out there in the world is part and parcel of the brain's predictions about the causes of the sensory signals that it gets. And the interesting question, at least for me, is what is going on in the brain that underlies this experiential projection of properties like color, shape, and so on out there into the world, and things like emotion in here into the bodies. Now, the claim that consciousness itself can extend beyond the brain and the body, perhaps even to act at a distance, as in the case of this phenomenon of the sense of being stared at, which I'm sure Rupert Sheldrake will tell us about shortly too. This, in a sense, is a very ordinary claim. It's very likely that we've all felt that way at some time or another. But scientifically, it's an extraordinary claim. And it's an extraordinary claim because there are currently no plausible mechanisms by which it might actually happen. And extraordinary claims are in need of extraordinary evidence. And if we had that evidence, that would be very interesting because it would force us not only to have a different picture of consciousness, but to radically rethink explanations that would be very discontinuous with pretty much the whole of science as we know it. So in a situation like this, the evidence that we need, to me, it's sort of the sort of evidence, it's much like when physicists propose the existence of a new fundamental particle in a particle accelerator. This is a very high bar, which is admittedly rarely, if ever, met in psychology. Now, I don't deny at all that people may well have the experiences that lead them to think that consciousness is extended, whether it's an out-of-body experience or a sense of being stared at, or more generally, what Tanya Luhrmann will probably talk about in terms of the porosity of the mind. But how things seem is not a good guide to how things are. And in my view, the most interesting and empirically justifiable explanations for these experiences likely always lie within the brain itself, the embodied brain. It's a brain that interacts richly with the body and with the world, but not through any spatially extended extracranial consciousness. I'll leave my last words for the poet Emily Dickinson, who, in a beautiful 1862 poem, wrote, "The brain is wider than the sky, for, put them side by side, the one the other will contain with ease, and you besides." Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. Our second speaker this evening is Tanya Luhrmann. She is the Albert Ray Lang Professor of Anthropology at Stanford University. She teaches both anthropology and psychology and is, in my opinion, and the opinion of many others, one of the most original and challenging anthropologists currently working. In her books, When God Talks Back and How God Becomes Real, Tanya has laid down a formidable and nuanced challenge to those who would dismiss so many of the ancient and mysterious aspects of the human mind. Tanya, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I think that Bergen is one of the most beautiful cities I've ever seen. You are all very, very lucky. So, I'm here because as an anthropologist, I've seen in my work that humans can come to experience their own thoughts as not their own and as not inside them. So a person can have a picture in their mind and just feel that it's not their own image. A person can hear a voice when they're alone. And that voice, there's a thought-like quality, but it feels like it's out there, and a person feels as if they can hear it with their ears. A person can feel a sense of presence that no one else can see. These experiences matter. A voice lies at the heart of many religions. Abraham knew that Yahweh existed because Yahweh called out to him. Muhammad knew the Quran was divine because the words came to him from outside. The disciples knew that Jesus was somehow alive after his death because they saw him and then they heard him speak. These experiences matter to people because they're taken as first-person evidence that spirit is there and responds. Augustine, torn against himself, struggled to become a Christian. He was unable to convert until he heard God speak. Joan of Arc heard God command her, and that gave her such confidence that she went to the King of France and demanded that he give her an army, and she got the army and she won a battle, and that battle may have saved her kingdom. Martin Luther King Jr., it was in despair at the beginning of the Montgomery bus boycotts. People had threatened his family. He thought of stopping. But when he sat at his kitchen table and prayed, he heard God say that he would be with him, and Martin Luther King Jr. went forward. These experiences happen to ordinary people. Over the course of my career, I've worked with middle-class people in London who understood themselves to follow the ancient gods of pre-Christian Europe. I worked with Zoroastrians in Mumbai and with newly Orthodox Jews and Black Catholics in Southern California. I've spent months in an Anglo-Cuban spirit possession group called Santeria and years in churches with charismatic evangelical Christians, both in the United States and abroad. I've seen that many people have some kind of moment which they take to be communication from spirit, and that many people have moments in which that spirit felt real to them with their senses. I've also seen that in all those different faiths, people will say that some people are more likely to have these experiences than others, that if you pray or do rituals, you're more likely to have these experiences. And I observed that in some social worlds, people had more of these experiences than others. To understand this, I think we need to go back to Anil's starting point, which is phenomenology and what it is like to feel aware. And I want to make two simple observations about what it feels like to have thoughts. The first is that humans are aware of their awareness. In some way, to some extent, they mark that awareness as distinctive. You could call it the difference between interiority and physicality, or inner or outer, or we would say mind and body. In my own work, on a project led by a young psychologist called Kara Weissman, we were able to show that in 5 different countries, not only adults but children distinguish between things of the mind and things of the body. At the same time, people map that distinction in different ways. In Vanuatu, people imagined anger as more part of the body and love as more like thinking, as more part of the mind. They distinguish mind and body differently than people in the United States. The second observation I want to make is that we have conflicting intuitions about the relationship between the mental and the physical. I think all of us have some kind of default model about how thoughts work. That thoughts, they're located in the body, they're private, nobody else can read them. They're our thoughts, we created them, and they stay within us. They affect us, the thinker, but they don't slip out on their own to do stuff in the world. But it's also true that thoughts feel like power, at least some thoughts, even to modern Western secular folks. When we curse at somebody who's not present, it feels like an action, even if we think of ourselves as letting off steam. Dreams, ordinary dreams, sometimes they feel really powerful, and they feel as if they contain information that somehow comes from outside. We talk about a poem coming to a poet as if the poet has to kind of capture the poem and write it down before the poem goes away. When somebody is in pain, even modern Western secular folks will say that they hold them in their thoughts as if that does something. So even secular folks have intuitions that thoughts cross the mind-world boundary, even if they don't really believe it. Different cultural worlds elaborate these conflicting intuitions in different ways. Sorcery, prophecy, clairvoyance, prayer, the soul. These are all culturally specific ideas that are really elaborations of an intuition that can allow people to believe that thoughts can leave the mind and act on their own accord in the world. I want to suggest that all humans imagine a boundary between thoughts and the world, but that some humans imagine the boundary more like a fishnet, sometimes with big holes, sometimes with little holes, but with holes so that thoughts like fishes can kind of cross through. And then some social worlds, like our own, tend to imagine that as a concrete wall. My work shows that the more a person imagines the mind-world boundary to be porous, permeable, the more they are likely to hear, see, or feel the presence of a God or a spirit. In a recent publication of the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, we reported on a large study across 5 different cultures: the United States, Ghana, Thailand, China, and Vanuatu. Our team did these long, open-ended interviews with people of faith, some of them Christian, some of them not, asking about how they imagined their mind and asking how they experienced God. We sent research assistants to stand on lines, like in front of a government agency, and had the research assistants ask short versions of those questions. We gave a bunch of surveys to undergraduates and had them fill them out. No matter how we asked the question or where we did the work, the more somebody affirmed that the boundary between the mind and world was porous, the more they said that thought was kind of like Wi-Fi that could pass into the world and act on its own, the more that person would say that he or she had heard a voice or seen a vision of a God or a spirit, felt a spiritual presence, or had a range of other intense, unusual experiences. I found two other factors. The second factor is absorption. The more somebody enjoys being caught up in their inner world, the more they delight in their daydreams, the more they can watch a play and for a moment forget that it's only a play and feel as if it's really taking place, the more that person is likely to say they've heard spirit speak, they've seen something, they've felt a spiritual presence. There's something about a person's attitude to their own thoughts that allows them to have the sense that God or spirit is really there. The third factor is practice, or what, as a shorthand, you might think of as prayer. I saw this particularly clearly among evangelical Christians who sought an intimate back and forth relationship with their God. Many people would arrive at these churches and they would feel that God didn't talk to them. God wouldn't talk to them. He might talk to somebody else, but not them. They had to learn from the church that their mind wasn't completely private, that some of the thoughts and images they took to be their own were really God talking to them. And they learned that they should be on the lookout for thoughts that seemed more spontaneous, or thoughts that seemed louder than other thoughts, that seemed to be the kinds of things that God would say. They looked for thoughts that would give them an answer to something that puzzled them, and maybe give them a sense of peace. One man told me he had to move, and he was standing in church, and the name of a new branch of the church, a new church planting, kind of came to him, and it gave him a sense of peace. And he decided that this wasn't his own thought. These were God's words to him. And so he picked up and moved across town to be closer to that new church. People would look for those kinds of thoughts and images, and as they looked, certain thoughts would feel as if they stood out a little bit more, that they captured your attention a little bit more. They would look, though, for those thoughts, particularly when they prayed. In a church like this, as in many churches, people shut their eyes and they talk to God in a way that uses their imaginations and focuses on their inner imagery. So people have told me that they've prayed to God while they've been sitting in Jesus' lap, that as they pray, they want to be standing in the throne room so they can feel the heat of God's power on their cheeks. They talk about sitting on a park bench and feeling God's arm across their shoulders, or going for a walk with God. They also talk about talking to God as if he were there, even if they don't yet feel his presence. After several months of doing this kind of prayer, the newcomers to a church like this would say to me things like, I recognize God's voice the way I recognize my mom's voice on the phone. Inside their heads, in the flow of their awareness, they would hear God speaking. And every so often, they would say that they could hear God speak in a way they could hear with their ears. You can find these techniques in many spiritual traditions, in the spiritual exercises of Ignatius Loyola, in Kabbalah, in shamanism, in Tibetan deity yoga. But you don't need to believe in gods and spirits to make the techniques work. And in a corner of the internet, a new form of practice has emerged called tulpamancy. The tulpa, T-U-L-P-A, is the name for the invisible friend that the human wants to create, and the tulpamancer is the name for the human who wants to create the friend. A lot of humans do this. One of the internet sites has 30,000 usernames. When people come to these sites, they have no metaphysical presuppositions. And the They don't think that tulpamancy has anything to do with God or anything to do with the supernatural. They think that tulpamancy is a cool psychological technique. I and my postdoctoral fellow, Michael Lifshitz, have interviewed about 25 tulpamancers at this point. We fly them out to California, and they arrive at my front door. We have a 4-hour lunch with a digital recorder running. These guys explicitly use 2 techniques to create their tulpas. First, they do mental imagery cultivation. So they focus in on their tulpas, their ear, the nose, as vividly as they can using their inner senses. If their tulpa is an animal, they stroke the fur and try to feel what that feels like. They might listen in their mind for the sound of their tulpa's voice. The second thing they do is they just talk to the tulpa as if the tulpa was there, even if they don't believe the tulpa is present. And just like the evangelicals, over time they develop a distinct sense that an invisible being is present and that the being responds. They focus on the tulpa with their mind's inner senses. They behave as if the tulpa is there, and it feels to them as if their tulpa emerges out of their own awareness and feels more and more outside of them until they also have the sense that the tulpa has a mind of its own and talks back to them in ways that they cannot predict. Each person we interviewed said that their tulpa was sentient. And sometimes they said the tulpa spoke in a way that they could hear with their ears, and sometimes the tulpa would push them in a way that they could feel on their body. So what's happening here? There are many specific stories, many specific mechanisms, many unanswered questions. But some things are clear. First of all, this story is not about madness. That assertion requires more time than I have to defend it. But in brief, the voices of spirit are not like the voices of madness. The voices of madness are frequent. There are many, many words, and many of those words are mean and harsh. The voices of spirit tend to be short, brief, and positive. They feel different. They feel richer and less alien than the voices of madness. And the fact that training and practice seem to bring them on suggests that there's something much more basic here about the relationship that humans have with their own thoughts. It suggests that it's possible to learn to experience some thoughts as not me and not inside, and if humans do so with the intent of experiencing an invisible other, humans can come to experience that invisible other as real and responsive. I'm not against the view that there may be something non-human involved in this process, or that perhaps the practice creates something that is beyond the human. But what I can see clearly is that we can have a relationship with our own minds, and we can use that relationship to make it feel as if an invisible other is there. And I just want to pause to say what a remarkable thing this is. The most moving thing I saw in evangelical churches was that the God who spoke back felt like a social relationship for these people. Religion is complicated. It is full of politics. It's not always a good thing for a society. But for the people that I spent time with, their God made them feel loved and protected. I'm sure that that social relationship is one of the important reasons behind the remarkable finding that religious observance is good for the physical body. The tulpamancers said to a person that having a tulpa made them feel less alone. The capacity to experience thought as not me and not inside is part of the amazing human capacity to heal ourselves from within. Thank you very much.
Well, you're in deep waters now, and they're about to get deeper. Our final speaker today is Rupert Sheldrake. He studied biochemistry at Cambridge University, where he was later Director of Studies in Cell Biology and Biochemistry at Clare College. He also studied the history and philosophy of science at Harvard. So he's more versed in philosophy than most of the scientists I've ever spoken to. In his book, A New Science of Life, he proposed a theory of what he called morphic resonance, which I think it's fair to say set him almost completely at odds with all of conventional biology. So much so that he's the only person, I think, to have ever had his TED Talk censored, banned, and I think reinstated after a vast outcry. And in 2012, he published what is my favorite of his books, The Science Delusion, which pricked many of the long-held conceits of what he called the scientific priesthood. Rupert, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I'm very grateful and happy to be here in Bergen. I've had a wonderful time. I've been very well looked after, and the organizers have done a fantastic job. And this debate is something that's not happened before, as far as I know, and I'm very glad it is happening. Well, Tanya's talk has taken us into an enormously wide territory, and I'm not going to explore it in my talk. I hope we'll explore it further in our subsequent discussion. And Anil's talk has opened up ways of thinking about the mind, which I think are very helpful. I much enjoyed reading his book, Being You, and I think his idea, two of his key ideas that I really find helpful are first, the idea of controlled hallucination as the basis of perception. This is, as he said, not a totally original idea. It's a very good way of describing it. But in traditional Indian philosophy, there's always been the idea that we don't see what's really there. We experience Maya, a kind of magical veil of illusion, which is a kind of controlled hallucination. Indians are very keen on the metaphor. You're walking along a path at night in the dusk. You see a snake, you're frightened, your whole body reacts, and then you realize it's just a piece of old rope. And so it's really that it's not exactly what's coming into the eye, it's the way you interpret it, anticipate it, and how you project these images. The great Greek geometer Euclid, around 300 BC, pointed out that vision is an active process. If you're looking for a pin and suddenly you see the pin, what your experience changes because you've now identified where it is. It's an active seeking, and now it looks different once you've seen and recognized the pin. So I think controlled hallucination is a good way of putting it. Anil also likes to talk about what he calls the real problem of consciousness, which is doing research on things which can actually increase our understanding so that it's easier, or should become easier, to solve the hard problem of consciousness. And that I completely agree with. Where I disagree is that I think that the idea that it's all in the brain is an unnecessary limitation. A lot of this materialist thinking about the brain, and Anil tells us he's a materialist in his book, materialist thinking about the brain is extraordinarily local. It localizes all these things actually inside the head. But within the sciences, since the 19th century, we now have a much broader view of matter and the way that nature is organized. And this is broadened through the concept of fields, first introduced into science by Michael Faraday in relation to electric and magnetic fields, then through Einstein's general theory of relativity, taken to include the gravitational field. And there are many fields in science now. Fields are defined as regions of influence. They're usually invisible. The gravitational field of the Earth is in the Earth, but extends far beyond it. The reason we're not floating in the air at the moment is because it's holding us down to the ground. It's invisible. This room is full of it, but we can't see it. It holds the moon in its orbit. It stretches far beyond the Earth. The gravitational field of the moon affects the tides on the Earth. So these are invisible fields with enormous effects at a distance, even though you can't see them. Gravitational, electrical and magnetic fields also stretch out beyond physical objects. A magnetic field stretches out far beyond the magnet. You can reveal its lines of force through sprinkling iron filings around it, but the field itself is invisible. And the electromagnetic fields of your mobile telephone are within the mobile telephone, but stretch invisibly beyond it. This room is full of radio transmissions from mobile phones, from radio and television programs. The world is full of invisible fields. This is a revelation of 19th and 20th century science, which I don't think has been taken on board by people thinking about materialist theories of the brain. And what I'd like to suggest is that our fields of our minds stretch out far beyond our bodies. They stretch out invisibly, and our consciousness is related to and based on these fields. That if we're going to solve the hard problem, taking into account fields of the mind may be a very important ingredient, as well as studying processes within the brain. The easiest way to see what I'm talking about is indeed through vision. What's going on when you see something? Well, everybody knows that light comes into the eyes. Ever since Johann Kepler in 1604 worked out that there were inverted images on the retina, we know that the lens focuses the light in each eye. You have a small inverted image on your retina. Changes happen in the cone cells and the rod cells. Impulses travel up the optic nerve. Changes happen in various regions of the brain. All this has been mapped and scanned in greater detail than ever before. But the mysterious part is then what happens next. How do you create images, three-dimensional, full-color images, which Anil calls controlled hallucinations? How does the brain create those? They're all supposed to be inside your head, representations of the outer world. So I can see you sitting there, you can see me here, but all of you are supposed to be inside my head, as lots of faces and the whole of this room is meant to be. And inside your head is supposed to be a little Rupert somewhere inside your brain. That's not what we actually experience. What we actually experience is that our images are out there. Your image of me, I'm imagining, is where I'm actually standing right now, and my image of you is where you are. So this one-way theory of vision, which we've all grown up with, and which comes from Kepler, the intromission theory of vision, sending in intromission, is taken to be the standard scientific view. But there's another and older theory of vision, the extramission theory, that says not only does light come in, but the images we see are projected out. So my images of you are where they seem to be. They're in my mind. They're in my consciousness, but they're not inside my head. They're where you're sitting. Now, this idea is familiar. It was familiar to the ancient Greeks. It's familiar to people all over the world. The developmental psychologist Jean Piaget showed that young European children, in his book, The Child's Conception of the World, think that they're projecting out images, that they take it for granted. So this is, in fact, a very deep-seated way of thinking about vision. And Euclid, the great geometer, used it to explain in the first really clear way how mirrors work. What happens when you look at something in a mirror is the light is reflected from the mirror. The angle of incidence, the angle of reflection are the same. But what happens then is you project out the images, which go straight through the mirror, being virtual, mental projections, and you see virtual images behind the mirror. And Euclid's theory is still there in school textbooks to explain mirrors. All of you no doubt have seen these diagrams. They involve little dotted lines behind the mirror that go to what's called a virtual image behind the mirror, a projection of the mind behind the mirror. And so this extramission, a sending out theory of vision, is actually taught to all school children, even though within most of science it's regarded as a total heresy. Intromission is the only permissible theory in biology and psychology, whereas in optics, which comes under physics, extramission is the standard theory. And no wonder it's confusing. People are taught two completely different theories of vision. Now, at Ohio State University, Gerald Weiner, who's a professor of psychology, was shocked to find that most adults and children he interviewed believed in visual extramission, something going out of the eyes. Even his own psychology undergraduates believed it. So he recalled this a fundamental misunderstanding of visual perception, and he decided to re-educate them. And he and his colleagues told them forcefully over and over again, nothing goes out of the eyes when you look at something. And after repeated drilling with this into the students, when they were tested immediately after this denial of extramission teaching, they gave the correct answers. But when they tested them 3 to 5 months later, almost all of them had reverted to their previous views. They were dismayed at this failure of scientific education. Much more recently, in fact, just in the last few years, Arvid Gutterstam, working first at Princeton University, now at the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, has shown that by some very ingenious experiments that people attribute a gentle force to the gaze as it goes out of the eyes. And they've even shown, using fMRI, that regions of the brain involved in tracking movement are activated. And as he puts it, the results, this is a quote, strongly suggest that when people view a face looking at an object, the brain treats that gaze as if a movement were present, passing from the face to the object. And they found that this occurred even in people who didn't believe in visual extramission. It's deep, hardwired in the way we see. And they tried to explain this by saying there must be an evolutionary reason for it, that it's important to track people's gaze in social situations, and this leads to the illusion that something's going out of the eyes when you look at things. It would make much better sense in evolutionary terms if it's not an illusion, but if it's real. And so is it real? Well, you're not meant to think it's real because that goes against the dogma that the mind is nothing but the activity of the brain and the perceptions are inside the head. But is it testable? Well, I think it is. If when I look at you as a projection from my mind that touches you, my mind in a sense reaches out to touch you, if I look at you from behind and you don't know I'm there, could you feel that I'm looking at you? Well, as soon as you ask that question, you realize that the sense of being stared at is very common. It's now called scopaesthesia, the scientific name for it. Scop as in microscope, seeing, aesthesia, feeling, as in synesthesia, anesthesia. Scopaesthesia is extremely common. Most people have experienced it. I'm sure most people in this room have experienced it. You turn around, you find someone's looking at you, or you stare at someone and they turn around and look back. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's very common. Most people have experienced it, including most children. It's usually directional. You turn and look straight at the person. You don't just feel uneasy and search around. I have a recent paper just in the last few weeks on directional scopaesthesia showing that on the basis of 960 case studies, the directionality is just a basic feature of this and the way people experience it. I've investigated the natural history. We've interviewed, we've dealt with through questionnaires. We found it typically happens most powerfully with strangers, often with male strangers in situations that could be vaguely threatening. We've done interviews with more than 50 surveillance officers, celebrity photographers, and private detectives, practically all of whom just take this for granted. If you've ever trained to be a private detective, and I'm guessing that most of you haven't, you will have learned that when you're following someone, shadowing somebody, you don't stare at their back, because if you do, they'll turn around, catch your eyes, and your cover's blown. You have to look at them a little bit, otherwise you lose them, but you look at their feet. So among practical people, these things are completely taken for granted. In the martial arts, it's taken for granted, and they have methods of training people to become more sensitive. Because if you can feel when someone's approaching from behind who might attack you, you'll survive better than if you didn't feel it. They train this ability. People get better at it. And I think it should be trainable more widely. My Spanish neuroscientist colleague, Dr. Alex Gomez-Marin, and I are currently developing an app that works on mobile phones. It should be released within a few weeks. We'll announce it on my website. The app, both people have a mobile phone. One tells one person when to stare or not to stare, and the other person who's got their back to them and who's blindfolded has to guess if they're being looked at or not. And they say yes or no. They're right or wrong. Well, many experiments have already been done on the sense of being stared at. They've been done in at least 37 different schools and colleges. They've been replicated in many parts of the world. The statistical significance is astronomical. At the Nemo Science Museum in Amsterdam, an experiment on the sense of being stared at was running for more than 20 years. More than 20,000 people took part. And it was called Have You Got Eyes in the Back of Your Head? And people had to guess whether they were being looked at or not in a randomized sequence of trials. The results were astronomically significant statistically. I mean, I didn't run this experiment myself. It was run by the Dutch Museum. The results were analyzed by Dutch statisticians, and it showed a massively significant effect. The most sensitive subjects, incidentally, were children under the age of 9. So here we have something which is extremely well known. It's well known all over the world. The scientific evidence suggests it really happens. The scientific teaching of how mirrors work assumes that there's an extramission of influences. It seems to be deeply seated in biology. It happens with animals. Animals can tell when they're being looked at, and when they're and people can tell when animals are looking at them. So here we have a very, very well-known phenomenon, very deep-seated biologically. Many different species of animals have shown this ability. I think it's evolved in the context of predator-prey relationships. A prey animal that could tell when a predator was looking at it, a hidden predator was looking at it, would survive better than one that didn't. And I think it has enormous implications for our understanding of the mind. Because if our minds are not just about what happens in brains, and if our conscious experience is extended through electromagnetic fields, which is what light is, it suggests that minds have an interface with electromagnetism. We know they do in the brain. A lot of brain activity that correlates with consciousness is electromagnetic activity. There seems to be an interface between electromagnetism and consciousness, and why it should be confined to the inside of the head is a purely arbitrary assumption. It comes from René Descartes originally, I suppose, or from the ancient Greek materialists. But Descartes, as Anil pointed out, made a division between extended things, res extensa, matter, is extended in space, whereas mind, res cogitans, was not extended in space. It was defined by being unextended. So the idea was the mind was unextended, but interacted with the brain somewhere inside the head. So I'm suggesting that actually, when we let go of that assumption, which has been so limiting for so long, we can broaden our view of the mind and go further than we've gone so far in a way that will help to solve the real problems leading towards the hard problem. Finally, I just want to say that I think the extended mind doesn't just extend out into the world, it extends throughout the body. And when someone has, say, a phantom limb after an amputation, I think that that phantom limb is part of the extended mind, and people feel the limb to be really there. And I think what they're doing is projecting that image of the limb and feeling it from within as to where the limb actually is. The official view is it's all inside the brain. But I don't think it is. And so I think whilst we liberate the mind from the brain more generally and consciousness from the brain more particularly, we have a much wider context for discussing this knotty problem, the hard problem of the relation between mind and brain. There are many other ways minds are extended, including the ways that Tanya told us about through these experiences of other forms of consciousness. But those, I think, are subjects I hope we'll take up further in our discussion. But for now, I just want to end by saying that I think when we take into account the extended mind, instead of just arbitrarily confining it to the inside of the head, we're much more likely to make progress in understanding how minds are related to our bodies and to the physical fields through which we see and through which we have our experiences. Thank you.
If you want to. Well, I hope we have gone some way in helping you liberate your mind from your brain. One of the things I thought would be interesting to start with is this relationship of the me with all the things that our minds do. Am I right? I feel when I listen to all three of you that we are moving away from this notion that the little person inside does everything and is control of everything and that I'm the only person in here. Is that true? Are we moving away from that? Might there be other people in here that aren't just me?
I mean, two-part. I think yes to the first. And maybe yes to the second, depending on what you mean. I think you're absolutely right that there's a movement away from this homuncular view, which you mentioned too, in terms of some views of how neuroscience, materialist neuroscience, might view the problem of vision, that there's, it comes in from the world, and then somewhere inside my skull there's a little me, sort of with a movie screen maybe plastered to the front of my forehead, and a little mini-me looking at that, and pulling some levers and my hands move. But of course, inside that mini-me, you need another mini-me, and mini-me, and so on. And this is the idea of the inner homunculus, and I think that is totally rejected within philosophy and science. And there's no need for it either. And in a way, it's very consonant with a lot of more Eastern philosophical positions in Buddhism and so on. The nature of the self is a process. It's not a thing. It's the way I think of it, it's a collection of perceptions. It's something the brain is doing, and it's through exactly the same principles that it uses when constructing experiences of the world. So, yes.
But is there a little Rupert inside?
Well,
is Rupert there?
What, inside my head?
Yeah, do you have a little?
There is now, yeah. There wasn't until we started planning this debate. But in some sense, yeah, right? I mean, in some sense, the claim from me is that my brain solves this problem of vision. That is a difficult problem, and it's not fully solved. But in some sense, it's doing it by having a predictive model, a generative model of the causes of the sensory signals. So in some sense, my brain is encoding a generative model of Rupert Sheldrake and Tanya Luhrmann, Dave Malone. And so, yes, that's certainly true.
Brilliant. Tanya, you wanted to?
I think that the more time I've spent in this domain, the more I think of the mind as full of people. The more I think of the mind as full of voices. And I mean, psychoanalysis has known this for a long time. But the more you talk to people, I used to think of myself as just having my own inner voice. The more I pay attention to it, the more I see little commands about what I should wear, what I should eat, what I should do. And the more I realize that those are actually simulacra not only of me, but of other people. That I hear my mom, my dad, my sisters, my teachers, now Rupert and Anil and David, and I improve on them, I change them, whatever. But there's a sort of peopled quality to our awareness that's really pretty striking that we don't really pay attention to. The other thing I want to say is that I think all four of us experience our minds differently. There is enormous variation in the amount of mental imagery, and the amount of representation, in the sound of our inner voice, in the amount of our inner voice, in what we remember our inner voice as doing. And there's also something I think Anil will see, that there's probably a pretty big gap between what actually we experience our minds as being and what we remember our minds as experiencing. Mm-hmm. And I think that those two probably interact.
Well, I think it's indisputable that we all experience other beings in our dreams. Mm-hmm. We all dream, whether we remember them or not. And when I dream, I have another body, which is not the same as my physical body, which is lying asleep in bed. I have a dream body, and we all do. We have a center of consciousness that moves around, can run around, talk, sometimes fly. We meet other people in our dreams all the time. Mm-hmm. And so that even if we don't have them in waking life, we certainly have them in dreams. Mm-hmm. So I don't think there's any question that everybody has other little people in their consciousness. Now, to where they're located is another question. Where are our dreams located? I mean, the normal standard materialist view is they must be inside the head because everything's in the brain. But most people in traditional cultures, and perhaps in our own for a long time, thought that people traveled in their dreams. Mm-hmm. And so
that's why Edward Tyler thought that humans came up with the idea of religion, that because you dream and you feel that you are not in your body during your dream, therefore there must be a soul, and therefore there must be a spirit.
Well, I think it's a perfectly persuasive line of thought, personally. And there are, if you think about life after death, which is a way of expanding our view of consciousness beyond what we've discussed so far. I mean, maybe we shouldn't go too far. But life after death, I think, is best thought of, and at least if I think about it at all, I think of it as being like dreaming from which you can't wake up. Now, Anil doesn't believe in it because on page 1 of his book, he tells us that when you die as total oblivion, he doesn't argue why there's total oblivion, he takes it for granted.
Well, it's not entirely fair. I mean, you're right that that's what I argue. I mean, that's what I say, but there's a reason for saying that.
Yes, well, all right, what is it?
Well, the reason...
That's what I like, open-minded discussion.
Well, I want to get back to dreams as well, but the reason for saying that, it comes from a little bit the example of general anesthesia, which is about as close to death as any of us will get without actually dying. And that does seem to entail oblivion. It does seem to lead to the suggestion that there's one thing, even though consciousness is not fully understood, if there's one thing that is abundantly clear is this intimate relationship between the brain and conscious experience. You can accept that and still have a range of positions about other things that might influence it or where it might be in some sense. But it's pretty clear that you change the brain, your experience changes, and you stop the brain and your experience stops. And back to the question of self, the interesting thing about the self is we're moving away from this view of it being a single essence that is doing the perceiving, making the decisions, thinking the thoughts. William James said the thoughts themselves are the thinkers. And it's a process, and that process at some point ceases to be a process. So, of course, I don't know for sure, but you probably might all agree that science never gives you directly the truth, it just gives you the evidence. And the evidence we have suggests extremely strongly that when your brain stops, you stop. And on dreams, by the way, so I was thinking of this when you were talking, because you were saying that, okay, in some sense, so if I'm seeing, we're both looking at this crowd of beautiful people here, and where is that experience? Is it out there where those people are? I don't think so, you think so. But if I'm having a dream, as I will later have a dream, or a nightmare this evening about this conversation, and again I have the experience of the people out there throwing fruit at me, or you, I don't know yet. where is that? Is that, it's not in my hotel room? Probably not. So a simpler explanation seems to be that the mechanisms generating both experiences are within the brain, and that explains why, and the fact they seem to be out in the world is a property, a very understandable property of how the perceptual mechanisms within my brain work. If you have the alternative explanation that, oh no, in dreams my soul has gone off somewhere and started traveling around. I mean, of course you can't 100% rule that out, but it seems a very unparsimonious explanation for the experience of dreaming and its similarities and dissimilarities to normal perception.
Although it's also true that if your evidence was not based on what you see in the lab, but based on what happens when you talk to people, the evidence would be overwhelming that something like a soul exists. It is very hard to find a social world that does not believe in gods and spirits. I do not have a horse in this race.
Yep.
But I just want to point out that, I was raised in a Unitarian church in which people believe in at most one God. So I find myself very comfortable in settings where people do or don't, I don't know what I really believe, but I do want to point out that that is an idiosyncratic point of view.
Absolutely, and I think this is a really, really important thing to dwell on for a second, that scientists can often be too quick to dismiss what people say about their experience. And it's absolutely important to take this data into account as phenomenology. We need to understand what people's experiences are like, and they are different, and they may be different in very fundamental ways.
But would you expect to necessarily capture God or spirit in the lab?
If you can make it testable, I will try. But
is it conceivable? So here's one of my puzzles.
Yeah.
This is why I'm torn between you and Rupert. Because I think that you can make a coherent argument that there is an insubstantial something, an insubstantial substance that escapes characterization with the tools of science. And it's that there is something like an extended mind in your sense. And I think it's possible that you couldn't prove it.
This may be, but so the way I would see it is that if we're going to appeal to something that cannot be sort of explained within a scientific framework, that should be a last resort, and we should do our best to explain it otherwise. And that means taking people's reports of their experiences seriously, but not taking them literally. And I think that is the value that science can have. It can validate people's experiences of that they have a soul. And of course, this differs culturally too. In Hinduism, the soul, and you'll know this much better than me, is associated more with breath rather than with rational mind. And for me, that's much more consonant with the basic experience of being a living creature. So there's much to be learned from these descriptions of things that may not be themselves testable. But people used to believe strongly that the Earth was at the center of the solar system. And of course, that is not evidence that the Earth is in fact the center of the solar system.
Absolutely.
In fact, it is not.
Absolutely. And one of the things that happens to me and I think it might be true for you, when you listen to what people say, it's even if you as a non-committed person, it's hard to take everybody literally, right? So at some point, you're making a judgment that you're coming to some kind of judgment that this is what you're looking at, and this is not what and because there are many different ideas about God, there are many different ideas about spirits, people are using words to describe their own experience, the words always fail. But then I find myself focusing on the human side, the thing that I can describe, the commonalities that I can describe. I'm always also, though, struggling with or aware of there's so much there that I cannot capture, see, or understand. And then, you're left with mystery.
Can I pick up on something you said? You talk about oblivion when anesthesia makes your brain go to sleep. But that's not quite the same thing as proof that the brain, therefore, is producing consciousness, because I've had the experience of a component of my radio breaking, and there's oblivion inside my radio. But the radio station and the transmission have not stopped. So is it, I mean, you seem to be advancing the idea of the brain produces consciousness, another, and as you were saying, I don't have a dog in this race. It could be that it's more like a radio. It tunes it in, and that it hasn't ceased just because one of the components has stopped. Would that count as a scientific view or just mumbo-jumbo?
No, well, so you have to ask so firstly, I think you're right in the sense that that is an alternative explanation for the oblivion that general anesthesia induces. I try to remain a little bit agnostic. I think the language that the brain produces consciousness is itself laden with all kinds of assumptions. It's almost dualistic in a sense. So, you know, the brain might produce it, it might be identical to it in some ways, or it might entail it. So I think that these are all kind of subtle distinctions. It's important to not fall into any one of them without realizing what you're doing. It's also possible that the brain is some kind of receiver for some consciousness that's happening. But that seems, again, a relatively unparsimonious explanation for why consciousness stops when the brain stops, because you have to then sort of explain how it's receiving consciousness, where else it is, what the mechanisms are that might lead to this phenomenon. And you have to try and make it testable somehow. So it's not impossible, but then what explanatory role is this playing too? Again, if I don't just turn the brain completely off, as in anesthesia, but just change part of it, stimulate part of it, damage part of it, our conscious experience changes in very predictable ways. Now, you could say it's a very complicated receiver inside here. So if you damage a little bit of it, you remove the ability for it to detect radio 4, but you can still tune into radio 5 live. But then you start, it starts to become a very strange kind of explanation where all of a sudden your receiver is as complicated as the whole system of radio broadcasting itself. And so what's the point of proposing something else?
Fair enough. Well, to come back to a much more sort of practical level of normal vision, you see, taking your idea of controlled hallucinations, which you say are projected, what I can't understand is why the hallucination, being a hallucination, can't go through the skull. Why the skull is an insulating barrier that keeps the hallucination inside the head.
Well, so actually, this does bring up something you said about fields, and I think you're absolutely right to bring up the point of fields, because fields are non-local, and they do extend, and it is indeed true that neural activity generates electromagnetic fields, and this is the basis of a lot of our brain imaging methods. And these electromagnetic fields do extend beyond the skull, otherwise these imaging methods wouldn't work. But they are extremely, extremely weak. And this is why imaging doesn't work at a very long distance at all. So EM and electromagnetic fields do exist, but there is not a candidate other kind of field that we know of in physics that could do the kind of projection you're talking about. And nor do I think we need one, because I think it again comes back to our conversation. The property that our experiences seem to be out there in the world does not mean they actually are, but it is a phenomenological observation that deserves to be taken seriously, and philosophers since Hume have already done that. Evolutionarily, it would be very weird if our perceptual systems had evolved so that we experienced things to be in our minds rather than in the world, and this does sometimes happen in some kinds of visual hallucination. So it's no mystery at all to me that mechanism within the brain can create a perceptual experience that seems as if it is out there in the world. And that seeming as if is something that can change. In synesthesia, it's a condition where people have a mixing of the senses. They're often not perceived to be out there in the world. So it's something that can be manipulated in a way that tracks again to differences in the brain.
But one of the things that I think I'm hearing is that different kinds of methods, different ways of gathering data, change the way in which one relates to what one takes to be true. Because one of the things that I find is, and I think, Rupert, this is true for you, is that when I sit with people, if I don't allow myself, if I'm not able to be in a point of view in which I can recognize that it's possible for the universe to be far bigger than I might expect. People talk differently. People don't, and I actually hear what they say differently. I need to be in a position of like ontological neutrality in order to hear clearly what the people that I'm talking to are trying to tell me. And then I'm like dancing back and forth between, okay, what do I think is true? What I think is this person saying? But there somehow has to be this openness. And I think that's different from the kind of work that you do. And that's just kind of interesting.
One of the things in your work is you make the point quite late on in your book that how people think about their own mind changes who they are and what they are and how that mind works. Does that include the sort of the materialistic, reductionistic worldview? And if you think that your mind is just reducible to electrical currents, do you become a different kind of human being?
I've been wondering about that. So one of the things that I find so moving when people talk to me about beings that talk back is that I see a richness in their experience. I see an aliveness in their world. And there's a piece of me that envies some of the intense commitments of my evangelical Christians. The world somehow is, to be an evangelical Christian is to be committed to the view that you are happy. And sometimes I listen to this and I think, why are these people telling me that they're so happy? But then they also kind of look pretty happy. And so there's a way in which trying to manage, and I see people managing their own awareness of themselves. And I think there may be some truth to what you've said.
Well, I'd like to ask you, Tony, when in your book, How God Becomes Real, you point out that for people who are religious in various different cultures, they have to do a lot of things to have these experiences, rituals, singing, prayers, and so on. Does the opposite apply for those for whom God becomes unreal? Because, as you point out, it's a historical anomaly. Modern Western post-Christian Europe and lots of North America, where a large number of people are secular, and if not atheist, agnostic at least, where God has become unreal, which is very unusual in the whole history of humanity. Do you think that requires a conscious effort? I mean, for example, to maintain a materialist belief, usually for materialists I know, involves filtering out all experiences of the sense of being stared at. It's just a coincidence. Telepathy, oh, you just remember when you're right, you forget when you're wrong, that's a coincidence too. It involves quite a lot of effort denying phenomena which occur in their lives and avoiding things that would make God more real.
So I have a colleague, Justin Barrett, who makes exactly that argument. He says, look, in the course of world history and the diversity of societies that we know of, there's such a tiny number of people who are truly atheists. There are lots of semi-believers over the course of, I think people always mark supernatural, spiritual things as different in kind, epistemically different in kind than tables and chairs. But I think that it's relatively unusual to have people who have very particularly materialistic beliefs. So I think you can make that argument. What I also see is that people who developed a very intimate relationship with an invisible being, particularly when that invisible being is very, very powerful and they decide they don't believe in that being anymore, that can be devastating. It can be really hard, so that particularly if somebody is the kind of Christian in which they grew up in a church in which that church, they grow up in a kind of church in which they feel that their God has a particular view about their sexuality or about their political beliefs, and they decide that those are wrong beliefs. They disagree with their God. It can feel for a while as if they're being suffocated from within. It's so hard to manage that people talk about the need to deconstruct their life and reconstruct their sense of who they are.
It's almost, I mean, most things in technology have like a dual use, right? So it's almost as if religion is a dual use social technology. It can provide people with a lot of comfort and enchantment and enrichment, but of course it can go the other way too.
Absolutely. That's why you have to be, in effect, I am very impressed by when people choose a God that works for them, how amazing that can be for them. I also see that people can be unlucky in what creeps into their concept of God and the kinds of rules that God expects them to follow.
Is there a difference between truth, with a capital T, which science in the West tends to feel that it owns the way to truth, and things that are important? What I'm thinking of is, if you took the view that you should only believe those things that are true, and that's what, then you would have to say, well, don't read Shakespeare, because none of it is true. But would it be important to read things which aren't true, but have an importance? And it's sort of, in other words, do we impoverish ourselves by saying we should really just concentrate on the things which we can prove to be objectively true?
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, I think there's been a long rolling discussion in philosophy about whether you can derive ought from is. Yes. Whether knowing what is the case can motivate moral principles, and this just rumbles on and on as to whether it's demonstrable or not. But I think in practice, science and a scientific worldview, which isn't, by the way, it isn't purely reductionistic. I think there's just as a slight sidebar, it's important to distinguish the general scientific commitment that things are explicable, that causes basically run down. You're not imputing weird stuff that suddenly appears at different levels. Ultimately, it's all quarks in the void, or whatever our fundamental level might be. And a more methodological, broader perspective, which is that, okay, if I want to explain human psychology, I'm not going to do it in terms of individual quarks. I'm going to do it at at the level of psychological constructs, and perhaps the adjacent levels, neurons on one side, other people at the other. And emergence in this sense, I think, is real and true. We can talk about different levels, that's fine. So reductionism often gets a bit of a bad rap, I think unnecessarily so. But yes, I think what we find out about the nature of the world in terms of well-justified beliefs, in terms of evidence, can inform what is important and what is not important. But it doesn't exhaustively describe that realm. And your example of Shakespeare makes the point very well. Of course, reading literature, even though it's not objectively true, is of course important and useful because and demonstrably so, because it can shape our understanding of how people act and behave and lead to a better world in that way.
So there can be things which are important for us which aren't true, but that's not the point. We shouldn't get sidetracked saying, well, was Macbeth truly the way that Shakespeare wrote him? And so some things, as I said, they're important, not necessarily true. But is that enough for you, Rupert? Because I suspect for someone to say, well, look, yes, what you're talking about are things that are important, but, and then in parentheses, but they're probably not true, but let's not talk about that. I think you think they are also true in this more objective sense. Is that right?
Well, I think that the extended mind, I think things like the sense of being stared at are true. I think they happen.
Not
Most
just
people
important,
think
but
they
true.
happen.
Not just important, but true.
True.
Okay.
And I think that other forms of the extended mind, which are taboo from the point of view of materialism, like telepathy, which most people have experienced. About 85% of people have had the experience of thinking of someone who then rings on the phone and they say, funny, I was just thinking about you, or know who it is when they call. I've done a lot of research on this. It's not just coincidence. It's not just forgetting when you're wrong. You can do controlled experiments. You have 4 callers. You pick the caller at random. The experimenter picks the caller at random. They call the subject who's being filmed, and they have to guess before they pick up the phone who's calling. And they're right much more than chance. It's been replicated and so on. I think that's true. I think the evidence is quite strong that our minds extend through attention, which literally means stretching towards, ad tendere, and intention, into the world and affect others at a distance. That's one reason I think that it's not just a construct or a way of thinking of how things are happening inside the head, not just limited to the brain. I think it's also the case that consciousness, I don't know if this is true or not, but the idea that consciousness is confined to brains is an assumption as well. I call it the cerebrocentric view of consciousness. It only exists in, the whole universe is unconscious, according to the normal materialist view. Galaxies, stars, the whole planets, the whole thing's unconscious, except for human brains on this planet where it's emerged, and possibly animal brains as well. That consciousness is somehow confined to this very tiny part of the universe. We happen to be lucky enough to be part where it is. The alternative view is a panpsychist view that there's levels of consciousness even in atoms and molecules. And I would say not just in atoms and molecules and animals and plants, but in the sun, in the galaxy, in the whole galactic system, and maybe the whole cosmos. Consciousness may not be confined to brains at all. And our whole discussion so far has really been revolving around the idea that, well, not the whole discussion, but a lot of it, that it's all about the brain.
Well, I was relying on you to get to pan-consciousness.
Well, so I think, you know, there is a serious debate within philosophy and science at the moment about panpsychism. Part of it is motivated by the hard problem, because some conservative materialists who radically conservative, let's say, think, well, you can dissolve the hard problem not by lots of research on the brain, as Anil believes, but just by saying, well, a little bit of consciousness in an electron, a little bit more in an atom, a bit more in a molecule. And so by the time you get to the brain, it's a difference of degree, not of kind. And once they've got to the human brain, they stop, because they've solved the hard problem by attributing tiny bits of consciousness to atoms. I myself think that if you're going to argue that kind of way, why stop at the brain? Which is why I wrote a paper called Is the Sun Conscious?, published in the Journal of Consciousness Studies, exploring the idea that the sun may be conscious, and the interface between its activity and its consciousness may be its electromagnetic field, and the sun may indeed have actions it controls consciously. The whole galaxy might be conscious, and the different solar systems within it may be like cells in the body of the galaxy, of a greater consciousness. There may be many levels of consciousness in the universe. And so therefore it's not all about the brain. And no, I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems to me very plausible, and it also fits with many traditional views of nature. I take seriously the idea of panpsychism without necessarily believing it's true, whereas I do think telepathy and the sense of being stared at are probably true.
Tony, you wanted to...
So what I'm struck by is that I'm not sure, I don't know where I sit on the belief that the sun is conscious, but I do think that it is an ethically more effective way to be in the world, to treat the entire world as alive. And so one of the arguments that's emerging out of my field is that if humans did accept a more animistic, panpsychic vision of the world as being alive, we wouldn't have gotten ourselves into the mess of climate change in the first place. We would have had more respect for the earth.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting, whether it's back to your point about this, whether it's distinct between truth and importance. And it is kind of tricky if there are some things that we kind of know to be not true, but are still nonetheless useful if we still believe them, because we might do things a bit differently.
Yes.
But I did want to, because I think this is really critical. And I mean, I know we're not going to resolve this here, but this, well, I don't. Maybe we will. But
there'll be a refund later.
But when it comes to these things like telepathy and the sense of being stared at, there is, on the one hand, I think it's absolutely right to say that people have these experiences. I think it's also absolutely right to say there are probably good evolutionary reasons why people have these experiences, because it's important, certainly for creatures like us, to be sensitive to gaze direction, to what people are looking at. And in some of your examples about private detectives, that's also, it's fairly clear and I think very plausible to me that you really don't want to be staring at the back of someone, not necessarily because the staring at the back will make them turn around, but in case they do turn around, you don't want to be looking at them when they do, because then they will get you. So it's very easy to, I think, understand these strategies without an appeal to the reality of this, as something that is empirically the case. So I totally with you on these points of it's a phenomenon worth understanding and being very deep-seated biologically and very ordinary in everyday life. But the key question for me here is, does it actually exist, or is it something that we can account for its presence as an experience, but it's not a real force? And you have claimed that there's astronomically significant statistical evidence for this.
Yes.
And I'm not yet convinced by that. And I know we don't want to necessarily spend the next hours detailing the evidence, but it's the kind of, in psychology, as I think many people might know, there has been something of a replication crisis anyway. A lot of things.
Do you want to explain what you mean by that?
So, there's just a lot of results in the psychological literature that when people have tried to repeat the experiments, the results aren't there anymore. In fact, there's a pretty reliable effect that maybe it's the opposite of morphic resonance, actually. The more often you try to replicate something, the less replicable it becomes over time. And this has been very well documented, and there are various reasons why this might be the case, because people realize more problems the more often you try to do something. So things in general are not standing up, which should, I think, give us pause and greater motivation to be skeptical of results in general. And I include in those from my own lab too, which I now would want to go back and replicate again, because there are all kinds of influences, and I know you've written about these things like experimenter bias, the level of randomness when you're trying to randomize things, and so on and so forth. And the gold standard now is to really set out well in advance what your predictions are, have things done by totally independent labs, and fix all the problems in one go. So in my view, having one extremely convincing experiment is much more convincing than having a lot of experiments that all point the same way, but each of which is individually flawed. And I'm totally open to that kind of evidence, because if this is true and not just if it's more than just a well-understood experience, well-motivated experience that people have for all sorts of other reasons, then this does change an awful lot. So I would say bring it on, but we need to do it in a way that is going to be immune to the kind of replication crisis that we've observed in the rest of the behavioral sciences.
Well, I completely agree. It's a scientific question. Do these things happen or not? And it's also true that the replication crisis affects not only psychology, but biomedicine and many other branches of science. This happened around 2015, when it was discovered that about 90% of papers in prestigious biomedical journals couldn't be replicated. Incidentally, by contrast, you see, parapsychologists have been accused by skeptics for years and years and years of having non-replicable results, only publishing positive results and not negative results, and so forth. And the result is that if you do a survey of blind methodologies, in parapsychology, about 85% of published experiments involve blind methodologies to protect against bias, compared with about 30% in psychology, 25% in medicine, and less than 1% in the so-called hard sciences, which are unprotected science. So parapsychologists for years have published negative results as well as positive results. And it's actually the Ganzfeld telepathy experiments, nothing to do with me, it's a whole lot of people in many labs through the world have done this work, have been replicated in at least 38 different labs and experiments, and meta-analyses show powerful effects. So I think we agree it's a scientific question. We disagree about the value of the results so far. But I personally, and we also agree that if they're true, they're very important, because they actually mean that the mind is more extensive than the brain if my thoughts can influence someone on the other side of the world.
But I also think we disagree slightly on the need for that kind of explanation, because I tend to think that the more valuable, compelling explanations are those that we already have the resources to come up with in terms of things happening within brains. It's not as if there's something for which we really need a new way of explaining in order to account for it, in order to understand people's phenomenology, which is, to Tanya's point, people have this interesting phenomenology, and I think that's easy to account for with the resources that we already have, but I totally agree.
I don't think it's to do with phenomenology. Say in these telephone telepathy tests, you can do tests with people in Australia. You have 4 people in Britain. You pick one of the 4 as a caller at random, the experimenter. They phone up the person in Australia. Before they pick the phone up, they have to guess who it is. 1 in 4, 25% chance of getting it right by pure guessing, with success rates that come in around 45 to 50% over hundreds of trials, highly significant. It's not just phenomenology in the brain. There's some way in which they do actually know who's calling, in a way that any amount of brain scanning is never going to reveal.
I actually think that this is not necessarily a scientific question. I see that you're having a scientific disagreement, and I can see that this scientific disagreement could go on into the night. But I think that the deep question here is actually an ethical and an existential one. The question of how you imagine, I think you're both right in your own way. But I think there's something deep about an existential about the way that you choose to understand the nature of consciousness for yourself, because we know that the way that you understand it changes your own experience and changes who you become, and that's a powerful, important question. In some sense, that's why I don't think it matters whether God exists. I think it matters how you understand yourself in relationship to what you see as the ultimate good.
Well, I don't take such a relativistic position as you do. I think if something like telephone telepathy does exist, and most people think it exists because they've experienced it, and most people think that their sense of being stared at exists because they've experienced it, not because they've studied statistical evidence in scientific journals.
But Anil does have a point. You can make sense of those phenomenological experiences by looking at the human dimension of how people come to have these events.
Well, no, I don't think so. If people have these experiences, it may be because they're really happening, not just because they prefer a worldview in which these things can happen.
That's fine. People have the experiences that they say they have. And, the other example you gave was the phantom limb case, which again I think is very interesting, that people have this experience of a limb still being there or still hurting after amputation. And that, again, that's a really important experience for the people in question, because it's usually very aversive.
Yes.
And it would be great to try to understand what's going on there, to try to ameliorate it. And there's a very natural, materialist explanation for why people have phantom limbs, that the body encodes a model of, the brain, encodes a model of the body, and amputating a limb just doesn't update that model sufficiently, so the sensory information that the brain is getting or not getting doesn't match the model, and pain results in some sort of very broad brush way. And then you can find ways to fix it by giving people virtual reality limbs the right kind of feedback, and you find that, okay, now there's a way to treat this and reduce the phantom pain. The fact they feel the pain in the limb doesn't mean that's where the pain actually is. That's where the brain is attributing the pain to be. And taking that view, independently of whether it's true or not, although I think it's closer to being the true picture, is also the more helpful view to take when you're trying to treat it.
I'm not denying it's helpful to have these mirror things and treating pain that way. But for me, it's a really interesting scientific question, as to whether the phantom limb is really where it seems to be or not, and whether it's just projected by the brain, or whether there's a field of the limb there.
Well, what evidence is there that there's a field of the limb there?
Well, some experiments I've done myself, I wouldn't claim this is conclusive because it's only preliminary, but I'll tell you the experiment because it's to illustrate you can test it. What we have is a barrier, like a door. I recruit amputees with arms, missing arms, which I did through the British Limbless Ex-Servicemen's Association. So I have an amputee on one side of the door. I have 6 panels, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the door. My assistant throws a dice to get a random number between 1 and 6, and we ask the amputee to push their hand through panel 2, for example. On the other side of the door, I have people who claim to do subtle energy healing, Reiki or other things. So they're in this room. I don't know which, it's blind, I don't know which has got the phantom limb. Phantom limbs being phantoms go through solid objects. People experience them as going through solid objects. So I say to these people, look, here's 6 areas. One of them's got a phantom limb sticking through it and the others haven't. Which one's got the phantom limb? And they feel in these different places. And they say, if it was just guessing, it would be 1 in 6, and the hit rate is very much significantly above that. Now, you might say, well, it's not just guessing, because otherwise they would be at the chance level. You could say it's subtle cues, they feel heat from the other side, or small noises and stuff. But, and it needs replicating, and so on. It's a cheap experiment, it costs almost nothing. It's really hard to persuade people to do it, because even though it's cheap and simple, for amputees, it's not hard to persuade them. It's hard to persuade scientists to do it, because it goes against the standard materialist view.
Can I move on?
All I'm saying is it's a testable possibility. It's not just brain mechanisms, and you've got to take it at that as a matter of theory. You can test it.
I just want to move us on, if you don't mind, because a lot of the discussion is often, what is the evidence that we should believe claims such as Rupert's? But let's just for a moment go the other way. And my question to you would be, do we have any theories at all which tell us how you can take the same atoms that are in my shoes, a bit of sulfur, a bit of phosphorus, some iron, some carbon, and mix them up in such a way, wire them up, that in a particular kind of way they go, oh, hello. There you are. Do we have any theory that bridges that gap at all? The reason I ask is because I could sense with my psychic abilities that when we were talking about panpsychism, a large proportion of people out there were going, that cannot be true. But the other alternative is the one that I put to you. There's brute matter. Somehow, by some magical business, there's a certain way of wiring up, and it does go, hello.
Well, we hope not magical in the end. And I
no,
think
not magical. I use the term to be provocative.
That's the beautiful thing, I think, about the scientific method. That
but do we have anything after?
We have things that are making progress. I think I was trying to be very sort of modest and clear about this in the talk. That. And many of my colleagues might differ in terms of this. So some think we do. We have the explanation. Most people, I think, would be more modest that that there's progress towards it, that demystifies it to some extent. There's one theory, which is this, I alluded to it very briefly, the Giulio Tononi's integrated information theory. I don't want to get into that too much now, but it does claim to have solved the hard problem head-on, and it's a very weird, counterintuitive theory that sort of actually entails a kind of panpsychism, which is
well, that's the thing. I mean, I've read that theory, and it assumes something, but it doesn't prove it.
No, but it makes very testable, counterintuitive predictions that are being tested. Which, if they turn up, doesn't prove the theory, but it increases the credence we should have in that theory. So many theories can't be proved or disproved by a single experiment. That's quite rare. What you do is you gradually increase or decrease your credence in different theories according to the relative weight of evidence for that theory and how that distinguishes it from others. Now, when it comes to consciousness, personally, I don't think there is yet a theory which completely bridges that gap, that gives us this intuitive sense of, aha, of course, now I understand how this electrified pate in my skull is also, at the same time generating or identical to the redness of red. But what's interesting, I think, is that there are several theories which explain aspects of that and change our view of the problem at the same time. From being one big scary mystery to being a bunch of related mysteries that lead us to already think of some central concepts differently, like, for instance, the concept of free will. people have often asked, does free will exist or not?
Does it?
It depends. It depends on whether you're still cleaving to a view of free will as some kind of uncaused cause that swoops in and makes things that happen that otherwise wouldn't happen. Now, that's a view of free will that's very, very hard to defend. It's very hard to know what it would even mean for that to be the case. There's a recent book by Robert Sapolsky which sort of says, well, that doesn't exist, therefore a whole bunch of moral and ethical things follow. I think that's missing the point slightly. We have experiences of free will, and this is back to the, I think, a core emerging theme of this discussion, to take people's experiences seriously but not necessarily take them literally. How else can we understand the experience of voluntarily doing something, having the intention to do something? Turns out to be much more complex and interesting and ethically important, in this case in things like the law, when you hold people responsible for their actions and when you don't, than trying to resolve the brute question, does free will exist or not? So that, I think, is the promise and potential of, I feel I am being cast in like the defender of the establishment view here, but there are many branches of this materialistic view, but they are, they do change our view of the problem too, and eventually I think it's quite possible that we will come to an established theoretical view about consciousness, which we get comfortable with. But I think that might take a while, and I think part of the reason it might take a while is because we ourselves are conscious, and you mentioned this, Tanya, that our beliefs about consciousness impact our everyday lives. And what would it feel like to fully believe and understand that what it is to be me, how that emerges from a biochemical soup inside my head? What would
Terrible.
No, I don't think so. Okay. I do not think so. I think this is another big mistake people often caricature about science, that it's that understanding things as having this basis in physics, chemistry, whatever it might be, somehow denudes these phenomena of their meaning, power, and beauty. And I think this is almost never the case. The universe became much grander when we discovered that we were not at the center of it. Our picture of life became much more beautiful and enriched when we discovered that we're related to all other creatures. And I'm optimistic that a scientific view about that grounds consciousness in physics, in chemistry, doesn't denude it of its beauty and its meaning, but it enriches it, and we'll see ourselves more as part of nature and less apart from it. And in that, I think, we probably all agree. Well, no, it doesn't. It's not saying that consciousness is everywhere. It's just saying there's nothing special that sets us apart from the rest of the universe. And the whole history of the scientific worldview can be thought of as a sequence of recognition that we are continuous with nature and not separate somehow above it.
But that it does sound like panpsychism.
Well,
that's the description of panpsychism that Rupert gave, which I love.
But it isn't panpsychism. Panpsychism is literally the claim that consciousness is fundamental and ubiquitous. Now, to see ourselves as continuous with nature doesn't mean that. It's the same way as like life is a property of the world. No, it's not. Life is a property of physics and chemistry. It doesn't mean everything is alive. So I think it's an important distinction.
I don't know. I still think it sounds like details. I love the image. But I do think that, and I'm not opposed to, I think that our ideas about who we are will change continuously over the next how many ever years we have left to us. But there is, to arrive at the puzzle that Sapolsky tries to wrestle with, it's easy to remove from that struggle the sense of the moral importance of who we are as choosers and actors and movers in the universe. And so
No, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what I'm following.
Well, I thought that you were saying that the idea that free will didn't exist brought us into trouble when we tried to think about breaking the law. That we needed to think differently. There were different levels of understanding. That's its own metaphor. But I'm not against the idea of a reductive explanation. But it did sound as if the description that you gave was to kind of extend aliveness to the world and to create a kind of sense of ethical responsibility to the world.
Well, I think we should cultivate that anyway. I think and there are very good reasons to do that and you can do that without having to believe that everything is alive or that everything is conscious. You just recognize that we depend directly or indirectly on